All right, so as we kick it off, my name is Paul Cummings. I'm the CEO and the founder of Whole Cyber Human Initiative. I created this initiative based on the fact that during my transition, I went through TAPS class, I went through RETAP class, and it was during COVID. So the resume skills that I learned was really to hand a resume to a person at a job fair, right? It wasn't designed for the online debacle that we ended up with. That's still kind of plaguing LinkedIn, Indeed, Monster, Glassdoor, what have you. But through the process, and I'm glad Brian Arrington's here today because this is a testament to the vested industry as well. From October 2020 to January 2021, the resume that I developed in TAP class got automatic reject within the first 40 applications. It was due to formatting, it was due to not understanding the keywords, and it was also due to something that really hurt service members as they transition out, because more often than none, and sadly it's more often, we are told we have to start over from scratch. So coming from a 20-year IT cyber background, it was really hard to craft a resume for an entry-level position or a mid-level position because I was already too senior. It was in December when I first found out about vested industry. I got pulled on. It was through Sam Lee and Tyrone Hewitt. They were like, "Hey, bro, come out and check us out. This is, something I think you're going to benefit from." I was astonished. My first event, we had there were 60 companies that were in participation, and they were all there to really help say, "Hey, shoot me your resume and let's see what's going on with this." Or, "Hey, have you heard that 70% of the jobs that aren't advertised are the ones that networking gets you hired for?" These are all the things that I just didn't hear in TAPS class. These are all the things that I guarantee Frank, when he talks about law enforcement and first responders, don't ever hear about, right? Because networking is such a huge piece of this puzzle. But fast forward, after that one event, actually, I met with a few V2I volunteers, and I got to the point where my resume was crafted, it was tailored, and I ended up getting an interview with Royal Caribbean. And at the Royal Caribbean interview, granted, I didn't make it, obviously, but I was still in the top running. I found out that service members are robotic during interviews. Why is that? Well, the reason is we go through of the quarter boards, right? That is a panel interview. Only it's a one-way interview. You answer a question, you move on, right? There is no two-way conversation during a panel interview. So through that, I got approached by Canderful, another great nonprofit organization. Pat does amazing things over there, and she extended an olive branch for me to do her program, which gives you 3 mock interviews, and they're with Fortune 40 and aboves. Price Works, or Price Water, just PwC, Deloitte, just various companies that are all doing great things. But you get to go through and really choose who you want to be your interviewer. And during these 3 interviews, you get graded. You get graded on your first one so you can see where your shortfalls were, where you stumbled at. Maybe it was you couldn't articulate your skill sets, right? You get told this and you get an Excel sheet that grades it for you. And it's the same grade sheet that a lot of recruiters use when they're talking to people. So that's something to think about. So by the 3rd one, I had fine-tuned my elevator pitch and my story to present really what I want to bring to the table. And after that, that's when I really started getting, I was probably up to about 85% callback off of my tailored resumes, tailored being the key word. I'm not saying do overzealous like I did, because I really made I still have them, 42 tailored resumes, because there was 42 different roles that I was seeking, right? I didn't narrow it down. I didn't soul search and find out what I really want to do. And that leads into, one of my directors, Chris Fullon, reaching out to me. So I was getting the interviews, but at the same time, I was still in the mindset that, hey, I need to start from scratch. I'm being told I have to start from scratch. So the first thing they see is 11 years of leadership. What I also found out is during a panel interview, only one person has actually seen your resume for that week. More often than none, people get pulled into a panel interview at the last minute. So you have to backtrack off your resume to try to explain, okay, I know you see leadership, but this is what I want to do. And then something else I found out as I was getting more panel interviews, there's always at least one peacock. What I mean by a peacock is there's always one person that's going to challenge you of what you wrote on your resume, right? This is why it's crucial to tailor, right? If it says on the job description, fundamental knowledge, don't write advanced knowledge. Don't write expert. You're opening yourself up to get criticized, right? Because cybersecurity, there's a lot of integrity in it. So if you put you're an expert in something and they find you out, it kind of gives you a black eye and a bad first impression. But through that, I just hit a brick wall. I got to the point where I was so fed up that I went out and got a Home Depot application. I posted on LinkedIn and said, hey, I'm done. I'm tapping out. I don't know what these recruiters, I don't know what these hiring managers are looking for. And that's when Chris Fullon, Breaking Into Cybersecurity podcast, reached out and said, hey, I got a beta that I would like you to participate in for my masterclass. And it was for coaching. Still one of the most, probably the most affordable coaching you can get for one-on-one. And within just one session and going through and critiquing his program, that's when I was actually able to narrow down to the 3 roles that I actually wanted. And once I did those 3 roles, that's when I was actually making it to the director, to the actual C-suite for the culture brief or the culture fit interview. So I know it's long-winded. I know it's talking about various things, but look at the different pieces that pull together. Vets to industry, boom, Canderful, boom. All these powerful things that you just don't learn in transition class that we're starting to get some traction on. Fast forward to October, I got fed up because I finally got and Brian remembers this. We had a veteran that got poached by being Hispanic and a veteran and got roped into a 15% income share agreement for an academy. Now imagine this person got a $100,000 job. Uncle Sam's going to tax 28% of that. Now you have 15% more being taxed by this company, right? And then looking at the curriculum, I could probably send you about 30 YouTube videos for the curriculum that he was going to get. So we were able to get him out of that, and that's when I approached people like Patrick Gillespie, a couple other cybersecurity and business impact leaders. And I originally wanted to create a steering committee. That was really the intent of Whole Cyber, was to be a steering committee and to reach out to academia and these institutions to talk about, hey, let us come in and help you as curriculum advisors and really build pathways to these roles. But I don't know, it was probably within about 3 days. And it was after helping that service member that I got approached by Leah McLean, who is my absolute co-founder. And she was like, hey, you got enough resources, let's start a nonprofit. The reason why she's the absolute co-founder is because she's the one that walked through with me and did the paperwork all the way through. Every single advisory board, even the ones that have left due to conflict of interest clauses through work, they are all co-founders. Whole Cyber is 100% transparent in the fact that we are not out here to gain money. Even through our service agreements that we do with recruiters and job companies, we have a donation-based approach where if somebody hires a candidate and you have a section 2, which means you can donate as a company, we want you to donate to us, and it goes back into the ecosystem for either certifications and stuff like that. But we're trudging along. We're definitely making a lot of impact. I think 10 months waiting for the 501c really hurt because we lost a lot of grants starting off, a lot of opportunities starting off, but this year we're already starting to gain more traction. And hopefully I'll be able to present here in June at the NICE Summit about a trade school model that I have that all the advisory boards have known about. But that leads us into our first speaker for today. Boost to Cyber. I was reluctant, I was accepted, or Patrick accepted my invitation to be an advisory board member, and then as he started to build his little idea and it started to grow more, I was humbled when he asked me to come on board and help start Boost to Cyber. And I would like to share, it's probably cheating, I don't know, but so Mission 60 has a Pitch Fest competition every year for a small grant or even classes. And I would like to share with you the vision that we call Boost to Cyber. Please let me know if you can't hear the video.
Boost to Cyber was created to help solve 2 problems. The first is veteran suicide. Military service provides purpose and a sense of belonging to something greater. When a service member separates from the military, they experience job loss and they have to move their family. Those are 2 of the top 5 highest stressful things that a person can do in life. Veterans do that at the same time, after losing their team, their mission, and
all right, let me redo this. Where is that option? Share sound.
Boost to Cyber was created to help solve 2 problems. The first is veteran suicide. Military service provides purpose and a sense of belonging to something greater. When a service member separates from the military, they experience job loss and they have to move their family. Those are 2 of the top 5 highest stressful things that a person can do in life. Veterans do that at the same time, after losing their team, their mission, and their purpose. That correlates to veteran suicide rates being the highest during the first 3 months after separation. The Boost to Cyber team is creating a new mission for veterans to train and fight for. This new mission will give veterans a purpose to protect our nation and businesses from cyber attacks. The second problem is the extreme shortage of cyber warriors. There are over 750,000 open cyber jobs in the U.S. alone. However, 85% of civilian jobs are filled by networking. Veterans have been serving our country and have not connected to the right people to break into cybersecurity. Veterans are also often stereotyped and end up in low-paying jobs. Boost to Cyber is building a bridge from military service to high-paying cyber careers that veterans will thrive in. Boost to Cyber was founded by 6 veterans from the Air Force, Army, Coast Guard, and the Navy. We serve fellow veterans, their families, each other, and our clients. We are removing the barriers veterans face to become cyber warriors. The Boost to Cyber leadership team will be successful based on our 67 combined years of military service to our country and 69 combined years of IT and cybersecurity experience. We're on a mission to train, hire, and redeploy veterans to become the cyber warrior our nation needs. With your help and your mentorship, we can reduce this devastating statistic of 22 suicides a day by providing a new mission and a purpose for veterans to fight for.
And without further ado, I would like to hand it over to Patrick and lead us off today.
Good morning. Thanks, Paul. For those that don't know, I'm Patrick Gillespie. So I'm based in Arkansas, and I've been on the advisory board for Whole Cyber for a while now. I'm also on the board of directors for Boost to Books, so another great nonprofit doing a lot of good things in the military community. So for those that don't know, I'll give a kind of a pitch for them. March 24th, in 3 weeks from yesterday, we're having a hiring fair. We've partnered with 15 companies, large companies like Oracle, Accenture. Yeah, a lot of companies that do, government contract, but there still are remote civilian jobs too, where we're going to put you in touch with, hiring managers and recruiters. There's no charge for the companies, no charge for the veterans or the military spouses. So definitely follow Boost to Books and Peter Klein's team if you haven't already. And then again, thanks, Paul, for the Boost to Cyber, and we're proud to sponsor today. Paul will give more details on the CompTIA stuff later. So a quick background on me. I work full-time at Guidepoint Security, and then so the 6 of us at Boost to Cyber, we're not making any money. We've partnered with the state of Arkansas so far, so we have free training available for those in Arkansas and vet or anybody in Arkansas really, but we're going to start with a cohort of veterans, and then also the state's going to provide paid internships and paid apprenticeships as well. So if you're in Arkansas or know anybody in Arkansas, definitely put them in touch with me. We've met with another state so far, but we still got a while before we probably do anything with that state. But so hopefully, but we've been doing Boost to Cyber for about 3 months now. So we're brand new. I have about 18 years in IT and cyber, but it's my first time founding a company and being in executive leadership. So we're kind of figuring it out as we go. But thanks for coming today and your support of Whole Cyber. And if you haven't connected with me on LinkedIn, feel free to reach out. I'm a Veterati mentor. If you don't get any, I only do 4 Veterati calls a month just because of time. But if you don't see any open slots on there, just message me on LinkedIn and I can send you my Calendly link, and I'll get hooked up with you, and then we'll help you in any way we can.
So, excuse me, going back to what Patrick mentioned about the CERT vouchers, through our CompTIA ability to provide education, discounted vouchers, the donations that we received from Boost to Cyber, Purposeful Solutions, and Vicious Vineyards Discord, we're going to be raffling off 3 certification vouchers at your own choice. With this, you're going to get the test voucher, you're going to get a learning management system to go through and do coursework, and you're going to get labs. So be mindful. I will say, if you are looking for a DoD or federal role, Security Plus is not a cybersecurity cert. I cannot emphasize that enough. If you are looking for a DoD contractor role or GS position or federal role within DoD or any department of, CYSA is the cheapest entry-level cert for cybersecurity on the federal side. Security Plus is an IT-centric, InfoSec-centric. Granted, it does cover a lot of GRC, and GRC is encompassed in cyber, but it's not the If you're really looking for a cyber role within USA Jobs and stuff like that, that's how you determine if it's an IT role or a cyber role. IT role is you're going to be focused on your end users, right? Who are you maintaining within that company that you're working for? Cyber is you're dealing with the clients that your company is providing services for, right? Difference between IT and cyber is business. Business is the key word. Also understand consulting. If you are a cybersecurity professional, you are absolutely a consultant. Doesn't matter if you're entry level or not, because when you are on that in-client phone call or you're helping the IT staff, maybe you work at a SOC like Frank, and they get a tip that they got a outdated patch or something like that. I guarantee Frank doesn't say, "Hey, fix your shit." I bet he comes in and says, "Hey, did you know you had this vulnerability available? Do you need us to help you remediate this? Or is this something that you as a company are going to accept the risk?" Right? That's the key words in there. You're not telling them what to do. You're advising them on the best practices. And that's really why it is crucial to have a fundamental knowledge in IT and cyber, right? Because IT, you need to understand how a computer works. You need to understand the different services that a computer works. And it's not saying go out and get A+. I'm not saying go out and get, XYZ inflated dollar amount cert, because a lot of the job descriptions, it says knowledgeable in or fundamental knowledge in, right? And when they talk about the years of IT experience, if you've ever installed antivirus on your computer, you have IT experience. If you've ever ported your phone to another phone, you have IT experience. Why? Because in IT, you follow checklists. Hey, this says I need to hook my phone to this phone and push this button. Look at that. I just did a data migration. How do I capture that on a resume, right? It's not going to be professional experience or anything like that, but it's knowledgeable experience. So, when you get down to the meat of your resume and you say, skill sets, you can say, hey, I do have knowledge in this. And then you can say, hey, I've been X amount of end user for IT for X amount of years. But it's kind of cool the way that we have it structured with the Boost of Cyber vouchers, because I don't see a lot of places offering labs as a part of the mix. Even I think when Frank went through Purdue Northwest, it was all knowledge check and stuff like that, but there was no real, hey, you know what? Let me show you Microsoft Baseline so you can come in here and do a scan. The next person I would like to bring up is Brian Arrington, partly because he is going to be pretty busy here for the day because kiddos take priority always. But Brian, I would love for you to talk about both Boost of Cyber and Ascend, or Best Industry and Ascend.
I was like, I didn't get a rundown of all those beforehand. Caught me off guard there, buddy. My name is Brian Arrington. I retired from the Air Force July 1st, 2019. I did 20 years, 1 month, and 12 days in the Air Force, and as a security forces, actually. One of the things that hit me is my last year of transitioning, about March 2018. I learned that there was over 45,000 veteran service organizations nationwide that provide free resources, services, benefits, and scholarships to us and our families while we're serving, but nobody tells us about it. The DoD doesn't tell us about them. The Department of Labor, when we go to TAP, I would later find out, doesn't teach us about veteran service organizations unless you go to one of like 2 bases that do it rogue, like Joint Base Lewis McChord or Joint Base San Antonio. So I was kind of floored. And then I got really pissed off when I learned. Here I was, a senior NCO, E7 in the military, which is basically a role that's supposed to know everything, right? We're kind of the senior advisors for commanders and whatnot. And here learning that there was over 45,000 veteran service organizations nationwide that provide these free resources and never being told about it. All I could think back to was 2002, when I put on E5, the first supervisory rank in the military, and all of the airmen that I had let get out the military since then, since 2002 to 2018, without setting them up for success on the outside due to my own ignorance on the existence of these free resources. So I said, well, there's got to be a place where all these free resources are located. How else can we know that there's 45,000 of them? And then I actually started thinking and crying. How many of those airmen have I let get out that are part of the 44 who've killed themselves a day since then? And for those of you who don't know, it's not 22 anymore, it's 44, because they never took into consideration drug overdoses and suicide by drugs. So, how many of them are part of that 44 since then, or unemployed, or underemployed, or in substance abuse, divorced, or homeless, or incarcerated, or any combination thereof since leaving the service? And that's just my troops. I've let hundreds of troops out. And so I went online. I said, there's got to be a single site repository where all these free resources are co-located. And I was doing Google searches for veteran service organizations, for military transition support, for military families resources. And I was only finding onesies and twosies online on Google, but nothing to tell me if they were legitimate, because Google's not vetted. So I had no idea if these organizations actually did what they say they would do. And I couldn't find that single site repository, that library of resources. So 6 months before I got out, I spent the first 6 months learning everything I could about transitioning and transition resources from all the greats online: Justin Pearson, Shantae Hall, Eric Schlachter, Corey Boatwright, Daniel Savage, Herb Thompson, Michael Quinn. And I learned everything I possibly could about transitioning and was regurgitating it on LinkedIn for other service members that were getting out before me. And people were getting hired because of the information. So at the end of that 6 months, I said, there's got to be a resource library for these people. And so I created it. I reached out to a veteran who is a web designer. I did a Boolean search on LinkedIn for one. And if anyone wants to know how to do a Boolean search, just reach out to me or the Best Industry team, and we'll teach you. But I was able to target 7 people that were veterans that had some kind of web design background. And I reached out to them all saying the same thing. I'd like to build the Library of Atlantis for veterans, military spouses, and dependent children, but I don't know how to build a website. I was a military cop. I didn't know how to do website design. And this woman, Bobby Young, reached back out to me 2 hours later, and she said, I'd love to get on a call with you. So I told her this story. It's actually a longer story. And she fell in love, and she said, basically, you had me at hello. Not only will I build this for you, but I take on one pro bono client a quarter, and I'm going to make you my permanent pro bono. She's been with me for 4 years for free, doing web design and maintenance, all for the love of our community. And so we started with 72 free resources, which I had curated and vetted myself in those, at that point, 8 months. And we launched vets2industry.org, which is going to be the massive free resource library. So we started with 72 resources, about 20 volunteers, and then we now have over 1,000 free resources on vets2industry.org. And on that website, you have you can search by location. So if you're trying to decide where you want to live post-military, and you want to see which benefits are at which states and what kind of free resources for you and your family, you can do it by location. You can do it by name if you know the name of an organization, or you think you do, and you want to check to see if they're listed as a credible resource on our website. You can do that. And then you can look by category. So if you're looking specifically for like financial assistance or housing assistance or mental health resources or healthcare or, you know, PTSD service animals for free, community engagement, stuff for your military spouses, stuff for your dependent children. There's all of that stuff on our website, and it's all free to access 24/7. You don't have to sign up. Now, recently, just last week, we put a couple of new services on the website. We did a complete overhaul. So the website's now lightning fast. This is our first update in 4 years. Website's lightning fast. We also have on there the ability to create candidate profiles. So now service members, transitioning service members, veterans, Milspouses, Gold Star family members, caregivers, and even dependent work age adult children can go on vetsindustry.org, go under who we serve, and click on their demographic and create a candidate profile and upload your resume, upload what your desired job location is, what desired career role you're looking for, and even a brief message to employers that will look and find your profile. And this is going to allow them to actually directly reach out to you as well through the website, and it'll go right to your email. So if somebody likes your profile and is interested, and what you should do is make sure you tell them, well, we just opened another box where date eligible to start working. So you put that there so employers know exactly when you're hitting the market, and they can reach out to you directly, and it goes right to your email. Employers can go on there and start posting job listings, and you can apply right on the website for that. It's really awesome. So that's our first pillar, is our website library. Our second one is we do these awesome Vets to Industry virtual networking circuit events. We also host quarterly military spouse mixers. But veterans and transition service members, Gold Star families, everyone can come to every one of the events. We just, for the military spouse mixer, the only thing that's different than the Vets to Industry virtual networking events is the keynote speaker. The keynote speaker for the military spouse mixers is specifically to talk about an issue affecting the military spouse community, whether they're still serving or are transitioning out or have gotten out of the military. But it's really awesome. We do DEI webinars. We also do, well, on our networking events, we have between 350 to 500 people that come on every single month. So these are monthly events. We have recruiters from all over the country, like Hyundai, Amazon, FEMA, Google, Northrop Grumman, Boeing, just a ton of people that come to the organization, come to the event. And we bring veteran service organizations, you know, onto the platform, so they can talk about the free resources and benefits they provide. And especially, you know, in cyberspace, there's a lot of recruiters that come in there looking specifically for cybersecurity folks, which is really awesome. And a lot of free resources for you all as well. So that's what we do. It's a 5-hour event, but it's come and go as you please. So you don't have to stay the whole time, but you stay, you listen to the recruiters. You even get to practice your own elevator pitch multiple times during the event and kind of get that really well where you want to be. And the reason for that is the first time that you give your elevator pitch, you don't want to give it to the hiring manager of the job role that you're looking for, the career role. So this gives you the opportunity to actually speak to recruiters in real time, test out your elevator pitch, and get real-time feedback. And the next breakout room that you go to, you can try that out. The last pillar we do is our webinars, where we partner with a company. We've done it with Amazon, we've done it with Kohl's, we've done it with AFMA, Salute to Suit, and we continuously find more organizations and companies to partner with. We actually have one coming up in March 25th, right before our Milspouse Mixer. We have the Department of Labor, OBTT, and Teams coming on, which I can't wait for you all to hear what the pilot program does for that. It's off-base transitioning training, which provides veterans the ability to go through a more detailed TAP class on steroids, on different subject areas where you should have learned it in TAP, but now they're actually going in depth on that stuff. And so we have the OBTT coming in March 25th before, and what we usually do is we've taught salary negotiation, resume writing, dress for success, TSP rollover, savings and budgeting. So there's tons of opportunities to learn a lot of different skill sets. This year, we're going to try to do a networking. We're going to try to do LinkedIn branding and Boolean search, imposter syndrome, informational interviews. And then, of course, I just told you about the OBTT. So hope to see you all coming on our next events. We're completely free. All of our events, everything that we do is completely free. There's one resource on our website that you actually have to pay for. And I struggled so long to decide whether or not to put that on because I wanted everything free. But it's the Indigo assessment. It's a personality test, which I have never seen any.
Yeah, Bonnie's looking at some right now.
What's that? Oh, so I've never seen a test that's this accurate. I took it and it was telling me things about myself that I had forgotten about, but it was so spot on. And I had no idea how they got these answers, this results from the answers. It tells you how people should talk to you, what situations you're best at. Also, if you're interested in like doing DoD Skill Bridge or programs like that, it's really, reach out to Best Industry. We can kind of teach you how to get into DoD Skill Bridge. Some of the organizations that are out there that provide apprenticeship programs. So if you're eligible for those, reach out to Best Industry as well. You can send an email to support@vets2industry.org, and that's VETS2industry.org. So thank you, Paul. I know I went a little long, but I'm really passionate about this. And we're always accepting more volunteers. So we have an IT team, we have an HR team, we have a resource team, we have a operations team, we have a logistics team, we have a marketing and events team, we have business development team. So it's awesome. We love to have you. A data analytics team as well. And we also have a military spouse and families team, specifically for our military spouse community. So we have 110 volunteers right now, nationwide. We have 3 that are overseas in Japan, excuse me. And we'd love to have you on the team if you're interested in giving back to the veteran community. All we ask is that you do a minimum of 1 hour a week volunteering. And that could be posting about Vets Industry events. That could be a mentorship session that you do. That could even be just coming to our events and facilitating as a Vets Industry facilitator. So anyway, reach out to us if you're interested. If you want to volunteer, go and hit contact on our website and just go down to volunteer, and can't wait to talk to y'all. All right, thanks, Paul.
Thanks, brother. As you can see, a lot of these organizations, right, to include Boost of Cyber, these were all built off a turmoil that veterans are experiencing on a day-to-day basis. It's out of, why did it take me so long to figure this out? Why didn't they give me these tools for success right off the bat? And if you noticed, Vets Industry. So when I started volunteering, I think we were at what, 20,000 followers?
Yeah.
Look at that number next to Brian's name, right? This is one of the benefits that you will deeply, deeply see full in return on if you volunteer with Vets Industry. And I think the requirement is still, I'll have to talk to Sean, but I think the requirement is you have to participate in 3 events before you can volunteer. And
No. That's changed. So it's 3 events for you to be a facilitator at one of our events, just so that you've seen how it runs and you know how to facilitate, and it's not you running the room. But it's actually Holly Lay now is our volunteer intake manager. So yeah, once you set up to volunteer, we hook you up. We give you an orientation lesson about B2I and what it does, and we give you Slack access to talk to our whole V2I community. A lot of people that have gone and volunteered for Vets in Industry get jobs because they're the first ones to see the jobs that we get in. We've had three nonprofits stand up from Vets in Industry volunteers. Marina Rabinek created Women Veterans Collective. We had Mary Kate Saliva, and both of these people started with Vets in Industry, learning about the free resources when they're transitioning, came on board as volunteers, and then came out on the other side as nonprofit leaders. So Mary Kate has her Guam Human Trafficking organization to stop human trafficking, and your own dearest Paul Cummings came out of Vets to Industry with a small little nonprofit that he's kind of working on, but which you all are on right now. So yeah, thanks, Paul.
Absolutely. Going back to it though, I mean, if you volunteer, look at that number, 90,000, right? That's 90,000 followers of hashtag Vets to Industry. That is about 50,000 followers of veterans helping veterans, and another 20,000 followers for Veteran Clan or Vet Clan. So imagine, volunteering with this organization, and you participate in it, and you talk about the skills that you'll learn during the event, and you use these hashtags. It's not just service members that are getting out or military spouses getting out or transitioning in that are following this. These are companies, these are organizations that want to benefit or make a lasting impact on the lives. So using the LinkedIn algorithm, you're going to hit a couple hundred people that may be recruiters, hiring managers, C-suite executives, entrepreneurs that are looking for partners. Like I can't claim it enough, but in 2021 alone was the birth of a lot of veteran entrepreneurships. Why? Because why do I want to go work on site when I can start a remote gig myself, and I can maintain my own travel, and I can work when I want to work? Because after 20 years, who wants to go, especially in DC, who wants to go wait in traffic at Embassy Row, or not Embassy Row, but Acronym Row, right? The first three gates that you go to, you're like, good thing I left at 4:30 this morning. Who wants to get back into that, right? The next person that I'd like to call out, and I just found out that myself and Omar are the only ones that are able to receive chat. So we can ask, if you ask us a question, we can present it in chat for you. But I would like Frank to talk next, because Frank is coming off a night shift. He's been a mentee of mine for quite a long time. I connected him with one of my mentees that ended up being one of my mentors. That really showed him the lush amount and treasure trove of soft skills that he has as a law enforcement agent transferring into cybersecurity. So if you're a master at arms, if you're a military police, if you're a service police doing county, and you're trying to break into this industry, please ask your questions so we can fill it to Frank and let him talk about how he used his detective skills to break into the industry. Frank, it's all yours. Oh, and then Frank is my historian also. So he's been documenting everything since day one of Whole Cyber.
Thank you, Paul. Like Paul mentioned, I have a little bit different background than everyone else. I didn't come from military background, didn't come from military family, but I did come from 16-year career in law enforcement and got out for multiple reasons. But like Paul had mentioned, I had a hard time initially putting the soft skills that I had, and even the investigative skills I had, into terms that hiring managers, CISOs, understood. They're like, okay, this guy's got a law enforcement background, but what does that do for us? So working with Paul, working with a few other people, really was able to kind of narrow that down and explain, hey, incident handling, chain of custody, things like that. That is all stuff that translates perfectly into cybersecurity. You know, and honestly, Paul was the reason I got the SOC analyst job that I've got. He connected me with the right person. He saw a LinkedIn post and said, hey, you need to reach out to this guy. This is a former chief of police. You need to reach out to him. Reached out to him. And one thing I've noticed from a lot of law enforcement, and that's one of the things I want to kind of change, a lot of law enforcement that do transition or kind of give you the stock answer of, hey, yeah, law enforcement's great. It's perfect transition. Get some certs and get a degree. And that's kind of where it ends, which is great. But there's so much more that law enforcement can do to help that transition process. And this person that I reached out to was great. Forwarded me on a recruiter immediately. And within, I think, 4 weeks, I had a job offer. And Paul and everybody else has mentioned so far, I think skills, soft skills, technical skills are extremely important. But I think one of the biggest things is events like this and networking, because a lot of times it's all in who you know. And as they get to know you more, it makes that transition process so much easier. Without some of the networking that I had, I would have never gotten the position that I got. So it's so much networking. And you never know who you're going to end up meeting through the process. I met one of someone that Paul mentored before, had no idea that the two of them knew each other. And he was the one that ended up training me in my current role. And now he's moved up to level 2 analyst, and I'm the lead level 1 analyst. So it's kind of funny how that circle works. But yeah, I mean, I'm on LinkedIn under Frank Palmisano. Anyone, whether you're transitioning from law enforcement or not, connect with me, ask questions. If I can help, I will. If I don't know the answer, like I tell in my current role, if I don't know the answer, I'll find it out for you and get you in contact with the right people.
Yeah. So one of the things that what we did with Whole Cyber is we broke it into 2 parts. And Frank has benefited from really just part 1 of our program, right? So since inception, we've had 578 organic candidates. Of those 578, obviously half of them were just looking for handouts or resources. The ones that actually went through the program, to be honest, we've had more people hired as a candidate than we have graduate. And that's a testament to part 1. Stephen Dillard, you know, when I bring him on to talk, he's going to talk about part 1 and how that soul searching piece really does matter, right? Frank, when he came, when we first talked, it was about, you know, hey, I want to be a pen tester, you know, I want to break into something and stuff like that. But as he started going through part 1, he's like, you know, I could see myself waking up every day and doing this. And that's what we need in cybersecurity. This is how you alleviate burnout. This is how you alleviate stale job descriptions. What I mean by stale job descriptions is, if you, let's say, for instance, we had one of our first candidates. They studied their ass off for 1.5 years to be a SOC analyst. 1.5 years. So the only thing they were doing was Wireshark, Splunk, QRadar. They're just doing that, right? They got their job, and within 2 months, they quit. They quit because they didn't understand they were going to be doing shift work. They didn't understand they were just going to be looking at logs and doing log analysis the majority of the time. They didn't understand that though they were client facing, they couldn't really bring a real solution, right? Because it has to go to the SOC lead if you want to make a recommendation stick, right? Because your SOC lead and your SOC manager are the ones that are going to say, hey, you know what, if they don't do this, they're going to breach contract with us. We need them to do this. Right. So, but when they quit, they only had marketable skills for the year and a half they studied to be a SOC analyst. Right. And it was harder for them to find a new role because quitting after 2 months, it might give you that unbiased black eye when you put it on your resume. Right. Because why did you only stay there for 2 months? And if they ask you during an interview, you might have that standoffish type, you know, I just don't want to do SOC analyst. Right. So that's a big portion. You know, Frank, I've been trying to get Frank down to Miami for a while, and hopefully as he starts building up his skill sets, I'm trying to get him with Royal Caribbean so his future wife can join him and do some carnival cruises. But it is about networking. You know, the roles that I received, you know, has been a part of networking. My first role with STC that I got with being a part of Vesta Industry, that was networking. That was, there was somebody that noticed my post about an event and said, hey, you know, you got skill sets. I want to bring you on and I want you to interview for the cybersecurity research position. And for me, as a busybody, research is like phenomenal because you get to touch each color of the color wheel within InfoSec. You know, yellow with your programming and software, your red teaming, your blue teaming, your purple teaming, different stuff like that. So, and that's why I, you know, when I got let go, I knew exactly the roles that I wanted, and I was reluctant to get picked up where I'm going to be doing the same thing. Because you got to narrow down to what you actually want to do. You know, we're going to be doing a budget class 2 here soon, and it's going to be hosted on our website, and it's going to be budgeting to transition into cyber. And the reason why I'm going to host a class like this is because too often we see people say, I only got offered 80,000, I'm making 75,000 now. You know, it's not worth me switching jobs. So this person, for example, was a trucker. They were driving 2 hours a day there and 2 hours back. So what I did is I pulled up an Excel sheet and I said, hey, let's talk about what your actual vampires are and what your actual you need to pay are. Right? Your vampires are the things that are going to suck you without you noticing. That's going to be like you sign up for Try Hack Me premium, and every month you're getting $10 taken away. Right? You forget about it. A lot of people register for something and they forget about it. It's really bad because cybersecurity is resource overload when you look at LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, because every day there's new resources that come out, right? But breaking it down, he was actually going to make $3,500 more taking this role because he was going to be remote. So he was saving all that money on gas. He was saving all that money on junk food that he was going to be eating on the road. Hotel money on the chances that, you know, because I guess now truckers can only drive a maximum of 8 hours a day. So, you know, if you don't have one of those Gucci trucks that has a bed in the back, you might have to get a hotel. So there's all these things that go into factor, right? And then your state, right? So yeah, Patrick might be making more than me, but is he merely making more than me? Right? Because in my state, I know what my swim lane is for what I need. And just same with him, right? So yeah, okay, this job over here in California says 200,000. Cool. But in 200,000, is that really a comfortable cost of living? You know, who knows, right? Yeah, it's been phenomenal to watch Frank grow because once he really knew the path that he wanted to do, and he linked up with Ryan Richer, it was it was synonymous. It came to the fact where they were actually, doing weekly study groups together, fine-tuning their skills. Whether it was generating anomalous PCAT themselves and saying, hey, let's go through this and see what we can find. But really honing those real blue team skills. And then looking at also, one of the things that that first responders and law enforcement or state workers in general, something that's hidden that nobody really thinks about in the community is the pension is union based. So if a union goes on strike and I'm a retiree from law enforcement or fire rescue or EMT, they go on strike, I might not get paid. Right. So it's the same thing with the military. When we do furlough days or we do stop pay days and stuff like that, that's one thing to consider if you're trying to go DoD FedRAMP or you're trying to go private sector. You're going to make more money in private sector, but there's more job security in DoD FedRAMP. But because of job security in DoD FedRAMP, they can't compete with the private sector money. Just understand that there's leaps and bound changes that are happening on a daily basis. There's talks of like a civil engineer core group for cybersecurity and stuff like that. So, it is something to really consider, right? Is what is your absolute threshold? Next person I'd like to bring on is going to be Omar when he comes back to his screen. Omar has been a volunteer for Vested Industry longer than me, obviously. His primary focus was on looking at resources, and he became a content manager for our Facebook page before Meta jacked up that and he lost access and all that jazz. But he's coming from the intelligence community. He's got research skills, and he's actually brought to light some things that I couldn't find on first responders. And without further ado, I'd like him to start sharing some of that stuff. Omar.
Thanks, brother. Like I said, I'm Omar Noso, retired Army guy. I did a bunch of fun stuff in the Army. Last stint, luckily I had a chance to retire out of 7th Group here in Florida. But when I started this journey, I was fortunate. Unlike many others that transition, I decided to start planning it 5 years out. Sounds very extreme, but I knew that I needed to get things set up for success for me and what I wanted to do after. So that's what I did, and it helped me to learn what is available, what's not. So what I started doing, I teamed up with the right individuals, which was first to the great Ray and Samantha Domingo out of San Antonio with the key. And then I started, that's where I met Brian through them, and also met the Centurion Military Alliance. I can't remember her name right now. So that's when with those individuals, I'm like, okay, these are the people who are up and coming with resources and information for us transitioning. So fast forward to now, and my volunteer work with Vested Industry, as well as with Whole Cyber Human Initiative. What I started doing, I started learning about, what resources were critical, not just to transition service members, but what are resources that were important for us in our different career fields. And for me, I was like, well, let me see what I can find. And at the time, there wasn't much. But now, thankful over some, my research skills, some of the support I had from other friends, And of course, it's, we have, Boots to Books, Boots to Cyber, phenomenal organizations. But I've discovered Cyber Skills to Work. I will share that link here in the chat right now, so everybody that's on here sees this. This is a phenomenal program. It is free to not only military or transitioning military or veterans, but it's also good to first responders to use. And the program is everything from we have what's it called, cyber defense analyst to assist admin programs. The one that I really put forth for first responders is the threat warning OSINT and dark web program. It's another one. It's held at Dakota State. It is such a high demand course that it's 9 weeks, and as soon as you see that, it gets filled up because everybody wants to get that OSINT training. So that's a good one. And of course, for another couple other programs that for good for my first responders to take advantage of, I will have to say is because being part of law enforcement or that first responder side of the house, there is a few sites that are only privy to you guys. I am fortunate because of my role in the military, I was able to take advantage of it. But if you don't know, some retired military can utilize this, but you have to be very careful of how you get into it because it's very sensitive. So InfraGard is another great organization that you guys can use. They are always posting everything about, believe it or not, like critical infrastructure and also stuff that's going around here across the United States. So that is a good, if you find your local chapter, there's chapters throughout the United States. Please do sign up for them. And just funny, I mention it, just like everybody else that we're on here for IT or cyber, whatnot. Guess what? That website, we got freaking caught with our pants down, and we were taken down. The site was taken down because, or excuse me, not the actual InfraGard site, but our where we had host all our personal stuff that we use to help learn and share and grow, learn and grow. It got taken down by hackers. So hey, even a nonprofits as big as that can get taken down. Luckily, the FBI has helped us out, and they're in the process of getting that back up and running. So, but you can still apply. So by all means, if you have an organization near you, apply for it. Here's another one. I should say I'm going to give you guys two because they kind of coincide with each other. By all means, these two are phenomenal organizations for law enforcement. Why? Because for law enforcement, you can start looking at these organizations to not only understand what intelligence stuff you can use them for, but also for learning about different means of how to do, whether it's forensics, how to get with the different cellular networks to do your warrants, to child human trafficking, adult human trafficking. So those two sites are phenomenal to use if you're looking to get into that kind of line of work, and they're very, very supportive of even some of the military guys who transition to utilize, but it's because those are mainly geared towards law enforcement. And the very last one is a nonprofit that I volunteer with. And I heard that, of course, that's why I hold these near and dear to my heart, because I'm a very strong supporter of anti-human trafficking. And I believe that, we as veterans and transition service members have, the skill sets to work in these kind of areas. So if you're looking to volunteer, please reach out to some of these organizations. There's plenty of other ones that you can try to look at and if I can be of help, man, by all means, let me know. If you're looking for certain resources, by all means, let me know, because I am not only an advocate for service members, veterans to go through these different courses, but I'm also Vets Industries research director, and I enjoy making sure that everybody has not so much a seat at the table, but has the information they can get to be successful. One last link I'll show, I'll share is going to be the Purdue Northwest, because for some reason, even though Cyber Skills to Work is funded by the NSA, it's a phenomenal program to take advantage of. They only get so much funding a year. And for some reason, the one for Purdue Northwest, it falls under it, but it doesn't kind of connect to it. It's kind of weird. I don't know. So with that, I pass it back to you, brother. And I hope if you guys reach out, I'll put my LinkedIn and information in the chat.
Much appreciated. If you have any mastered arms, military police, or you have any local police, first responders that are friends of yours or friends of the family that are trying to get into tech, please share these resources. I doing a lot of web scraping. First responders just do not get the love for being, to do what they do on a day-to-day basis. So trying to get that information shared as much as possible would be phenomenal. The next person that I'd like to bring up is Eric Cunningham. Eric and I both shared the same pain as prior IT cybersecurity professionals trying to break into the industry. Luckily, Eric was able to shoe hill his way in. And if he's there, because I know he's dealing with kiddos right now.
Yeah, I'm here. It's just via voice right now.
You're good, brother.
Awesome.
But, Eric is one of the ones that I really wanted to bring on, because he was one of the first ones that told me about how to roboticize yourself during interviews. As a SOC manager, he's led a lot of interviews. So, I open it up to everybody to ask those questions, what to expect, what are the absolute skill sets and stuff like that. But be mindful, right? Eric is a mentor in Blue Team, right? Some of the resources that he has is only going to be for Blue Team. And this is why it's crucial to network and have more than one mentor. If you're looking for something like digital forensics or media forensics, you need to try to find a mentor for that, right? Because if not, you might find a mentor that is on the agenda of go get this cert or sign up for this course without actually understanding who you are and what you already bring and the knowledge you already bring. Brother, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Paul, and thanks everybody else. And as Paul mentioned, former Navy, did 8 years. Thought it was going to be a lot longer with time. It's funny, my wife and I were actually just talking about it the other night. The day we did our wedding for our family and everything, we did the courthouse thing and then invited everyone later on. I remember talking to people and telling them I was going to get out. And then a month later, I won Senior Sailor of the Year and put me on this path to making chief, and thought it was going to be forever. We had our first daughter, and I realized that maybe was not the best course. I was in Washington, D.C., and I thought that the opportunities were going to be excellent at that point, right? So made the decision to get out on a very, very short notice with about, 6 months, right? And I had, to some of the other folks' point, really tried to set myself up as best as I could to do whatever I wanted to do next. So I had, my certifications. I knew being in DC that Security Plus was going to be the most important thing. I had taken college my whole time on shore duty with an IT themed degree or cyber themed degree, and was working towards, CISSP. I had the 8570 at that time memorized on what certs I would need to get into what role, right? And it was interesting. I took as many interviews as I could for that 6 months out, even if I knew that they were going to say, hey, we need something else right now, or we need someone immediately. just to get those reps in. And I always recommend that everyone do that, you know, even 6 months out, put your resume in, do phone screens with recruiters, really start to flex that muscle, especially as you start to come closer to, you know, your EAOS, or even as you're trying to transition from another field, right? Just try and get time with a recruiter or a hiring manager to even do those mock interviews. As I kind of progressed through, I actually came out, I'm in blue team now. I wound up working as a security control assessor for Booz Allen, who I know Paul just started with, great company. And very much kind of realized early on, like, I like some aspects of the job. I like going on site. I like doing a little bit of the physical and network pen testing that entailed. But I didn't like, you know, the day-to-day kind of GRC, governance, risk, and compliance that was there. So really started trying to find that transition into security operations. Did, to those points that people have mentioned, some TriHack-Me, you know, built some home labs, and really started to try and make that transition there. Also, as was mentioned earlier, didn't want to deal with the DC traffic anymore. Found my first out with Lockheed Martin and went into doing ISO work for them, which was completely GRC, when I moved out to Denver. And from there, just really focused in my off time on security operations, getting those reps in. And as everyone else has mentioned, LinkedIn became crucial here, right? I was meeting with security operations leaders, CISOs, blue team managers, SOC managers, security researchers, et cetera. How do I get into the field until a recruiter from Bank of America reached out online? I got to go lead their incident response and management function in the Denver office. And that was my first real taste of kind of security operations. And I now never want to look back, right? It was definitely the field for me. I did everything I could to get into it. From there, wound up having someone at PayPal reach out and say, hey, we want you to manage the SOC. Again, great experience with them for 18 months. Love that. Was unfortunately laid off in December, and now I'm a director over CyberTorch at Qzara, which is our federal MSSP, right? So found my way back into the government space, or at least the defense industrial base, and it's just been a good ride. But where I think I can provide some value at PayPal and now at Qzara, I have very much tried to build as friendly as a recruiting and onboarding program as possible for folks. And where I find that starts is actually training my folks who do interviews, really codifying processes, things like that for interviews and onboarding. And the first thing that I want to do is make sure we're getting the truest part out of candidates, right? So I try to understand the human aspect as much as the technical, right? So you're always going to get 2 rounds if you interview anywhere I work. The first one is going to be technical. For that, right, it's everything that you guys are probably used to, like go over your cheat sheets, do those things, and get used to it. But I think the soft skill in cyber interviews is something that's often overlooked, right? And I try to tell people, again, get those reps, get comfortable with talking about yourself and not just being a robot and spitting out port numbers or avenues of attack or common TTPs from ATP groups, right? I want to see your kids in the background in interviews. I want to see your office. I don't care if it's messy or not. If a dog pops up, I want to talk about that. I want to know your interests outside of work. And for some people, that's still cybersecurity. And I think that's great. I've worked with several folks who, you know, they get off of work and they're right into TriHack-Me, or they're right into doing, you know, some other research. But other folks, it's, you know, I like to run triathlons in my spare time. I've had a couple of folks who are like professional video gamers, like literally, you know, they'll play in video game tournaments on the weekends for money, things like that. And I think it just goes a long way in understanding the whole person, and then also kind of your mindset, right? So always, and if the interviewer can't get you there, find a way to get it there, right? The question that I love the most at the end of an interview, and that I wish more people would ask, is there anything you know, about me that I didn't get to explain to you? that you think would be helpful, or that maybe you don't have a view of my personality on. And if that's not asked to me in an interview process, I will literally ask people that. So keep that in your back pocket. It's a great way to stand out in an interview, right? If I interview 10 candidates and all of you guys come across as robots, I'm not going to know who to pick, right? So I might say, hey, you know, this is the person I felt the best with. I felt like we connected because I understand them a little bit more than a cybersecurity professional, right? I think that they're a person that we could work with. And I really can't stress that enough.
So Eric,
I'd love to
correct me if I'm
kind of
wrong.
open the floor to any questions or anything too, Paul.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. You're a fan of the little 90-second Vidyard videos too, right?
I am very much for any way that someone can get themselves across. So I like the 90-second videos. I again love LinkedIn, right? If I can look on a LinkedIn profile and see maybe some things that people have been working on, or how they're contributing to the community, or even, again, you know, if you have pictures of your kids, you let your personality out there a little bit more. It's all in how you can stand out.
Love it. Would anybody want to come off mute and ask some questions?
Uh,
Please feel free to do so.
yeah, Eric.
Hey, Steven. Yep.
Hey, look, the point you made about being in an interview and asking, you know, is there anything that that you are unsure of that maybe I need to explain, or that's a great point, because I do the same thing, because you want to make sure that if there's something that they don't understand or they need more clarity on, you can sell yourself right there, because you want to make sure you don't leave anything on the table. So that's a great point you brought up. I do the same thing at the end of the interview. I make sure I will say, is there anything that's unclear to you that you know, would kind of, you know, I can explain to you. So you can sell that point very well. That's a great point you brought up.
No, absolutely. And again, right, I've also heard people say, no, I don't have any further questions or anything like that. And again, to me, I think, hey, that might be a missed opportunity on your part.
That's huge too. It's one of those things where you might find yourself, when you ask that, or when you ask that question, they might say, hey, you know, I don't have the time to really go into that, right? This is how you craft your thank you letter. I was once told back in 2021, when I first started doing all my interviews and thank you letters, that anybody that's on your panel, or anybody you interview with, has to legally read your thank you letter. It could be wrong, could be just hearsay, but the way it was explained to me is, you know, a Word document thank you letter has to be read because it could have defamation, or, you know, you could be slandering them and getting really like ticked off about the interview and stuff like that. But that's where you can capture and say, hey, you know, when we talked about this, I got lost in my head, and I would like to recapture now that I gathered my thoughts, right? Because they know that anybody that comes into an interview, including the interviewer, has interview anxiety. There's no way around it. Interview anxiety is on the hiring manager side, on CISO side, even all the way up to CEO side, because you only got a certain amount of time to convey the questions and ask the advice that you're giving in a short amount of time. And that's your first impression, right? How quick did you get that thank you letter out? Is it a generic email that says thank you for your time? Or is it something crafted? Thank you for interviewing me for XYZ job. I feel that my experiences as XYZ could bring a huge value into your organization, and, you know, and go for that, right? Be humble. humility goes a long way. You know, in cybersecurity, there is no absolute master. If somebody is the master of Wireshark today, I guarantee tomorrow morning, somebody else is going to be the new master. Technology evolves way too quickly to become a master in this industry. And if you look at NICE, which is the National Institute for Cybersecurity Education, they broke down the 52 core roles based on federal of what these jobs are. And as civilians in the private sector, we just add names to what these roles are. A cybersecurity analyst is the same as a SOC analyst. The difference is a SOC analyst is working in a SOC, right? But also understand differences between like a security analyst and a cybersecurity analyst, right? And the way you look at that is you look at that job description and really understand what they're asking for. A security analyst is more your infosec. They're doing vulnerability threat management internal to the company, where a cybersecurity analyst, again, is dealing with your client-facing business functions. So, you know, start to understand that when you mentor with people, you know, or you get in mentorship sessions with people, those are the type of things that you want to capture in that. Hey, what can I bring to the table that, what is this actually asking for? In your mind, when you read this, what is needed for this? How would I craft my resume to this? Luigi asked the question. I've been told that cybersecurity is a great career for me to get into. What's the first thing I should do to begin that journey? This is an open-ended question. Eric can jump in, but my first answer, and anybody that ever comes across LinkedIn or email for me to be a mentor of, I send them to the CIS and NICE framework. So you can read what these roles do. You can see what the knowledge, the skills, the abilities, and the tasks associated for those roles. And then it's going to break down capability indicators. Capability indicators are crucial because you have your intermediate, like your beginner, your entry, your intermediate, and your advanced, right? What is the knowledge disparity between these three? And what is the knowledge, or what's the education that I can get to supplement what it's asking for? And Steven's, you know, after I do the first raffle, I'm gonna have Steven talk about his experience with Whole Cyber and how we incorporate that into our process. I dropped several links. Simply Cyber, they've been around for far much longer. Jerry Ozier is actually one of my advisory board members. We're a partnered organization with them because we understand that everybody learns differently, everybody trains differently. And we wanted to create a partnership or an ecosystem where if maybe Whole Cyber isn't your cup of tea, we have a partnered organization that may be where you can flourish at. It's a win-win all the way around. Whole Cyber is not about making money. Any of the organizations that we partner with are not about making money. Even though, you know, we have like the World of Haiku, you know, they do have their pro program, but for candidates that go through Whole Cyber that complete within 100 days, you have the option to get either a Haiku voucher or a GRC analyst masterclass through Simply Cyber voucher if you complete within 100 days. But without further ado, I would say, Luigi, I'm going to share the NICE framework in chat here in a second, and that would be the first place I start. And I will gladly hop on a Zoom and really dissect it with you if that's what you would like. Because that, again, at the end of the day, we want professionals that are coming in that want to do that job and not just trying to get a taste for the money that comes with the role. I hope that explains it. And if you're a data person, if you're doing HR, if you're doing financial analysis or anything like that, that's big in data and data lake, data science is probably going to be the next highest paid job here in the next 3 years. Because nowadays you can buy a quantum qubit computer for a desktop for $9,000. Understanding that, the AI, the ML that goes inside quantum computing is going to create these data lakes that they're going to need data scientists and data analyst to be able to sort through the amount of data this thing is going to be able to produce. There is a lot of programming and a lot of math that gets involved with it. And another part of the program with Whole Cyber is we have you do an aptitude test just for that reason, right? You say you want to do software development and you score super bad on math. Now you know a starting point where you need to build up at, right? There is a lot of math. I'm not going to say algebra, even though, well, no, there is a huge level of algebra that's within cybersecurity, especially on the blue team side, on the blue team programming side, because there's a lot of logical expressions, and math is about logic, right? The same type of Boolean search that you would do with Excel, the same type of Boolean search you would do with Splunk, QRadar, or any other SIEM tool, just modifying the way you write the string to get the answer that you want. But the first raffle. So let's see here. Where is it at? Here we go. So this raffle is going to be for your choice of a certification to include training, the voucher, and labs that go with it. Anything that's in CompTIA's library. John Vasquez. So if you're not on here, I will email you and we'll start getting you set up to where you can choose a voucher. All right, and on that, I'm going to pass it over to Stephen Dillard. Stephen Dillard, again, he's he came with a multitude of background experiences. He was in the band. Last year, I was big on translating MOSs, Navy ratings, and Air Force ASC codes to cyber. And he came across, and the first thing that he asked was, "Hey, I think I got something that you probably might not be able to translate into cyber." And that was, he was in the military band. And we broke it down into different types of code analysis that he'd be privileged to, because as a musician, you're looking at the music. You can literally look at a sheet of music and identify what anomalies are, right? So there might be a note that was written out of place, or when you listen, right? When you listen, you can say, "Hey, you know what? You're off key," right? There's that curiosity. There's a way that your brain is thinking that others can't think of, and that is a huge superpower to understand. He also had ample amount of time within corrections and the legal side. So, coming to the aspect of understanding human behavior. As a service member, as a law enforcement agent, as a first responder, we understand humans, right? Granted, in the military, we aren't really taught empathy as much as we are taught sympathy. But there is a level that we understand, yeah, I really bet you clicked on that link. Right? Let's be honest. You definitely clicked that link. But Stephen, he started with us probably after we launched our second iteration of Whole Cyber. We started off obviously on Google Forms back in October 2021, transitioned into Microsoft Forms shortly after. And then found out that Wix offered the ability to host a program. So we did that. And then most recently at the beginning of the year, I purchased a learning management system that now houses the program. But Stephen came in, he was probably about 80%, and then he silently stopped because he picked up an IT gig, right? And we didn't know it at the time, but when you think about, you hear a lot of people say anybody can do cybersecurity. Anybody can. But again, everybody learns differently. Steve knew that, hey, I want to learn what the help desk is doing, because at the end of the day, if I'm going to be a cybersecurity defense analyst, I need to know how to talk to my client. I need to know how to help them. I need to know understand what technologies and tools they're using. So he took a part-time gig, and then he just recently graduated. And again, great story. I'm going to get a playlist together of the testimonials that we've had, but all of them lead to one thing. And the one thing is the soul searching has been the optimal part of their journey. Steve, let's talk some shop, brother.
Okay, Paul. Thank you for this platform. Everything Paul spoke of, he's absolutely correct. I came from, of course, I've been in the military, finished up 2020. I was completely in the band the whole time, both active duty and reserve, National Guard. Hey, Paul, before you step away, you still there?
I'm still here. I just muted.
Okay. Eventually, would I be able to share my screen?
Yeah, I'll give you share rights right now.
Okay. All right. But before I get to that point, to finish up a little background about me, I came out, I believe, in 2013. I went to school. I finished up a bachelor degree in criminal justice. I ended up working in as a probation parole officer in the state of Georgia. I worked there 5 years, so I had an opportunity to go back to school for a time. That was through the one of the programs that the military has. And I took advantage of the VRAP program. They have a couple programs, and that was basically like they supplied a year of education. They paid for everything, had stipend money with that, so that helped out a lot. And I completed that program. So I'm new to the community, and I can relate to people that's just trying to break in. Paul wanted me to speak on resources, how basically share with you some type of resources, the resources that I have used as a bunch out there. So into transferring over to IT, I found out about LinkedIn, and I was informed about the premium LinkedIn account, which is, if you're not aware of, I'm pretty sure most of you are, but it gives you a year's worth of premium account at no charge. And then also too, once that year is up, you can also re-enroll if you're not aware, and you can keep going with that, with the premium account. Now, one of the resources before I met Paul, once I got onto LinkedIn, it's so many resources that you have at your disposal. I'm free of charge, little cost. Like I said, I went through a boot camp with the military program, but I had no idea, no clue which route I wanted to go, what direction I wanted to go. So I somehow was able to get in touch with, ran across Paul's name. I reached out to him. I say, hey, I'm interested in cybersecurity. So he referred me to whole cyber incentive program, and that really opened the doors to a lot of direction that I wanted to go. Now, with that, let me see if I can go to here, if I can share my screen. Anyway, the point that I'm making, it gave me the framework of, let me see if I can get to it here. I'm having some difficulty in sharing my screen, but let me go and just talk you through this. All right, so let me try it one more time. Whiteboard, desktop, advanced. Okay, I'm having some technical difficulty, but let me talk you through some resources that he have turned me on to. So I end up going into the selection process, the vetting process, with the roles, the 52 roles. That's the framework. I'll tell you what, this is what I do.
You want me to share it and you speak to it?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I appreciate that. Okay, this website here is when I was introduced to the program. This gave me a direction into what role I wanted to go into. If you look here, there's 7 categories. Like for example, the protect and defend. If you're interested in, you can look here and you can see the incident response. If you like to, if you're interested in responding to an incident, but these 7 categories, subjects here, give you an idea what direction you want to go. It opens up into 52 roles of the cybersecurity. I mean, it's just endless. This was what I was introduced with trying to decide which direction I want to go. So I think I narrowed it down to 2 or 3 different directions, roles that I wanted to be introduced. And the educational framework that Paul gave me was centered around the curriculum around those 3 jobs. And that was my 100 hours of training, which was great. It was self-paced, but it gave me a direction. It gave me a purpose. I say, hey, look, because you have so many resources, you don't know which way to go as a beginner. So that really helped me out and pointed me in the right direction to go. There's also, if you want to go to, Paul, let me go to your website. Okay, and let's pull up the resources there. Now, if you look here, you can see the resources that are available on the whole hybrid cyber link here, whole cyber human incentive. If you scroll all the way down, Paul, you can make out, you can see the hack the box. You can see Hacker 101, Hacking Lab. These are all free resources that is offered And then they also have, I mean, descriptions are really inexpensive, but you can see how Paul has it broken down for as a list of free labs. I mean, this is endless resources here. Also, too, if you you can reach out to him. Paul, put your information in there for us to reach out to one of the directors. Okay, that's the website there, directorswholecyberhumanincentive.org. If you're interested in signing up as a member, which is only $1, and he'll take you to that right there where the membership is. It's only $1. You sign up, you put your credit card in. I mean, you can't beat that. That's free. Basically, that's free resources there. And if you're interested in the 100 hours of cybersecurity, the framework that the education is built around, here goes some additional resources. You have some free courses, webinars, which were inexpensive, $2, $5, what have you. He just has endless resources here. But if you're interested in, as far as the membership, if you're interested in completing the 100 hours, please reach out to www.wholecyberhumanincentive.org, and they will help you with the process of enrolling and helping you to decide which route, which role you would like to go into. This was really crucial to me in narrowing down what I wanted to do. All right. There are some other resources I'd like to turn you on to. There's a lot of organization, and this is also too, as a nonprofit organization. And like Paul say, you know, the donations is what is keeping us afloat, and people giving back to the community. So let me show you another one that I use. If Paul don't mind, I'd like to go to, what is it? actnoweducation.com. Okay, this is a great resource here. This is also a nonprofit organization, and as you, let's see, okay, that's it right there, Paul. Up one. Okay, here you have if you click the resources, Paul, and scroll down. Okay, like this pamphlet, this booklet here, it has, this is just a checklist. If you transitioning out, retiring from a military plan, this is just something that you know, if you 3 years out, you 12 months out, this just like a little checklist. But this program here, I believe they offer something every Saturday. You go through and watch. They will give you a link. I believe you have to sign up on Facebook. This is right here, the orientation. Matter of fact, they haven't one today at 1 p.m. They haven't one, if you look at it, they haven't one every Saturday. All you have to do is just be in attendance of one of them. I think it might run for 2 or 3 hours or so. You don't have to be on it the whole time, but you know, they talk about how to become a member. Like I said, this is a nonprofit group also. but it will give you a ton of resources. Right now they have, I think they are like right here, these are some webinars that he gives out. So even if you can't make one that you want to watch, you're not scheduled, you can, these are at will. You can watch any of these at any time you want. There's some other programs that like Boots to Books. That's another one that if you want to pull that up, Paul. Now, this program was a tremendous resource. It helped me while I was in school. It paid for my books. I know one semester my books cost maybe $200-300. You reach out to them, and I believe they even gave a couple computers away at one time. I don't know if they still doing that. It was on a need basis, but this here, Boot to Books, was they paid for my books for a couple semesters. So this is also a great resource to use. You know, just most of these resources that I'm talking about, all you have to do is just register, sign up. That's all they ask. They aren't asking for any money. They have the stuff that they do have is very inexpensive. If it does cost a fee. And also, if I can go back one more time, Paul, to your website and show the list of your partners. And I want to tell you something that Paul just turned me on to, and I just became I just joined an apprenticeship program. It's called Cyber Up, and this is a program that will help you to get your Security Plus. It's self-paced, mainly 5 to 7 months. You only meet one night a week on Thursdays, right here where you see Cyber Up. Right there. Yeah. I just got accepted through networking through Paul. And if you want to highlight that, yeah. Yeah, apprenticeship program. If you want to click on that. And let's scroll down a little bit. Okay, if you want to hit the gain skills. Okay, this program here, it's right, self-paced. Hit self-paced. All right, that's good right there. That's what I want to say. Here, no experience is required, and most of the resources that I talked about, no experience is required. It's free. There's no fee to this, and it only requires basically 7 to 10 hours of. This is what they're asking you to do to invest in the program. But normally when I meet on Thursday nights, it's a 3-hour instructor-led program. Now you see here to your right, April of this year, as far as the military program, to the right. Yeah. Right here was April the 23rd to September the 23rd. That's a program that's coming up. And that's, you can see it's, go ahead. Is there a question?
No, I think it was a mic slip.
Okay.
But these
Feel
are
free if anybody
are
want to ask
virtual.
questions.
Yeah, these are virtual, but the companies that are sponsoring these events, they do want you to live here. Granted, right? So it says must reside. You don't have to reside in. You just have to have the ability to relocate. The companies that are putting this on, they do offer relocation packages. So, think about if you're transitioning out of the military and you get your one free PCS move, you can also use that free location, that relocation package to help cover maybe a couple months of new mortgage, get your utilities set up, whatever, and get it established with some of these. I mean, look at Boeing, for example. Boeing is continuing to grow, and I want to say I've seen packages from mentees that were offered by Boeing for like maybe $6,000 relocation. If you put that into perspective, that's your good faith estimate down payment on a mortgage. That is new furniture you might want, or maybe there's something, maybe you got a lakeside view and you want to fence in so your kiddos don't run into the water. There's a lot of things, you just got to be flexible for it.
And also too, for this program starting April the 23rd, if you look down below, application is due by March the 5th. So be mindful that if you want to try to get in that date. Now that's the instruction-led program. They have a self-paced that if you can't make that Thursday night, being in attendance. And this here, you can, as Paul just showed you, the sign up, you can sign up for the self-pace, the form below here. You just sign up with your name and they'll reach out to you and go from there. So that's a great program to get into if you want to go the cybersecurity way. So what I have tried to show you is some of the sources that I use, but there's a host of sources. LinkedIn, for as networking, is a gold mine. That is something that you need to do in order to reach out. So there's a ton of resources out there where it's inexpensive, won't cost you any money, but you have to show the initiative, show the drive, and be determined, because it's not an easy course to go. You just have to invest your time if you really want to. And then on the other side, eventually you'll get into the money. But you have to learn and craft. You have to do 1, 2, 3 ABC in order to get to the point you want to get to. So if there's any questions, I'm open to, I'll put my link in. I think I put it in earlier, but I'm open to connecting with everyone on here. And also, let me give a tip. As you watch a seminar, and if you get anything out of it, even if you don't, please give credit to the hosts, the people, the speakers that give them a shout out, do a thank you on LinkedIn, make sure you tag them, and just show appreciation for them taking time out and giving you the free resources and information. And I've done that, reached out and tagged people and thanked them, and they have spotlighted me on LinkedIn. So you never know, but you have to sign up. You have to So if there's any questions or you want to reach out to me, feel free. Appreciate it, Paul. I turn it back over to you.
That's awesome. I'm going to have a question for you, because if you follow me on LinkedIn or any social media platform, you probably know that I'm not a proponent of boot camps. A real huge portion of that is because a lot of the boot camps that started standing up in 2007, when 8570 for DoD first started poking its ugly head out, it was really designed for those that already had knowledge, right? That was really the birth of the 5-day boot camps. And it was really gated towards the DoD contractors and the service members that were working in IT roles. In the military, when you sign up for a COOL, you have to show, hey, I've done X, Y, Z to show you that I have the requisite knowledge for you to fund me for this cert. Boot camps don't do that. They want your money. They don't care if you don't even know how to turn a computer on. And that's really why I don't look at it. You know, even the ones that are inflated to say that they're 14 days long, you'll find that it's 2 days a week. You know, our winner from one of our events got roped into a 5-day CISSP boot camp. Now, this is an example of the book. This is one book that they go over in a boot camp, and this is 672 pages. Now, the actual CISSP book is another 800 pages. So, you know, close to 2,000 pages of stuff that you're supposed to learn in 5 days. Think to yourself, am I going to, you know, when I go to talk to somebody like Eric Cunningham during an interview and he sees that I'm a cert warrior, do you think those are to come up? I think they will. Oh, you got Sec Plus. Yeah, I do. Oh, well, what's the difference between a threat and a vulnerability? Bah, I'll come back to that. Right? When that is one of the things that in Sec Plus is pretty much talked about in almost every chapter. So, you know, trying to chase that knowledge. But the question I would have for you, Stephen, is, you know, a program like Whole Cyber, because you were approached and you actually looked at a lot of boot camps before you found us. Now that you've been through a program like ours, do you think it arms you better? Or do you think that, you know, like one of these academies or something like that would benefit from using us as a primer before, you know, wasting 9 months of GI Bill on something that might just get you credentialed to sit there and still wait for 6 months to gain hands-on?
That's a good question. I did go through a boot camp. I didn't, you know, the military had paid for it, so I was fortunate. I didn't have to, you know, pay any money. But it that taught me how much really I didn't know. So, you know, boot camps. You know that there's a bad name to it, and there's a reason why. Uh, I'm not saying all of them. You have some good ones out there, but they will teach you. They will go over the information, but it still leaves you with a lot of questions, a lot of, you know. So anyway, when I got into, I met Paul and he introduced me to his program. It gave me more of a purpose. It narrowed down the type of role, the platform, the teaching platforms. What you have about 8, 9 different type of programs you had.
We use 6.
6 of them. It gave you different formats. Taught you. It was a little difficulty because you really had to apply yourself. You know, so, but if you are committed to it, you know, Whole Cyber Human Incentive, it gave me, I can't tell you, it gave me direction, gave me purpose. It narrowed down what field I wanted to go into. Boot camps are not going to do that. They're going to teach you the information. And then once you graduate from there, you have more questions than you had when you started. But that's not enough to just graduate from boot camp. I can attest to that. By going through Paul's program, it's and there you're actually dealing with more than Paul. I mean, you have a whole community of people you can talk to, questions you can ask. Boot camp, you have one instructor, you know, and that's it. You know, you don't have no support group. Here, I have a whole community. I have a whole support group. So that's what the program taught me.
And how much did you spend with us?
Not a penny. I just signed up for the membership though. So I did pay $1. And
Yeah, the
then
membership
the
is
webinar
new.
courses. I mean, you can't beat it. I mean, there's no is night and day. You know, why pay for a boot camp that's not going to teach you what you really need? It's just, you know, don't take my word for it. Go through one and come back and tell me how it was. I'm not saying all of them are like that, but the majority of them are like that. When you see where they are charging $15,000, $17,000, $24,000 for what, a 7-8 month program, year program. I mean, here you're getting the same information. You have that support group that's with you and still with you. Networking. You can't beat that.
Yeah, I dropped some of the resources we use also earlier. Range Force Community Edition, right? The big thing about Whole Cyber is I pulled together resources that I used when I built a cyber protection team. And a lot of it was because, hey, you know what? I didn't get the funding. You know, I was supposed to have a $6 million training budget coming my way, but I needed people to get trained right then and there. So they just weren't sitting around on the computer just gaffing off on Facebook. And those resources were the ones that I felt had more value. And when I presented the curriculum to the advisory board, I'm happy to say that, you know, over 300 years of industry experience, all gave thumbs up and said that it was a great path. Because it does open your ideas up a little bit more. It does get you hands-on, because 90% of Whole Cyber is hands-on labs. And hands-on labs, that's where you gain those technical skills. You can gain those technical skills and try hack me, but I guarantee Eric is going to ask you about some rooms you did, because you can Google all day how to do a try hack me room. You know, are you somebody that just went in and tried to get as many badges as you can, or did you actually do and put forth the work? With our program, you know, it's absolutely you're doing the work. But you know, it's not about my program. This is about the resources. So, you know, another one that's on there is Immersive Labs. Immersive Labs Community Edition. The great thing about it is once you narrow down those exact 3 to 5 roles that you want to focus on, when you sign up, it's going to ask you what 3 roles that you're more interested in. And it's going to give you free labs, hands-on, that are based on those roles. You know, it's huge, right? Then you start looking at the different organizations like FR Secure. So, you know, if you're trying to go for CISSP, FR Secure does a free mentorship event every year. And they go through the CISSP book with you. You're getting videos, you're getting assignments to do. KnowBe4, you know, KnowBe4 is another great company. You know, they do a lot with social engineering, but they have a CISSP scholarship for veterans, service members, military spouses. Every now and then, if you could say, hey, you know, I'm a law enforcement agent or first responder, they'll give you access to it, right? Because at the end of the day, they'll go through and they'll vet the applicants and say, hey, you know, here's the winners. SANS. So SANS, you know, when you hear, I know everybody's heard that they're very, very pricey. You know, a lot of that is because they're practitioners that are actually, you know, top in their field that are teaching these courses. They're writing the course book. They're writing the tests. But SANS also offers three or four scholarship programs. I think it's 4 because they have one for people that are actually in Maryland, where you actually go on site to the SANS Institute and learn there. But then they have their Vet Success program. They have their Women in Cyber program, and they have a New to Cyber program. I think so. It is 3. So the New to Cyber is the one that's for Maryland only. But it's not gonna lie, it's a grueling process. You do a 2-hour assessment that's open Google. So during the assessment, you get 2 hours to answer as many questions as you can. Google the if you get stumped, and then you get evaluated, and then you'll just set up an interview. The interview is really designed to get you into the mindset and understand if you're going to be able to put the time and effort into it, because they turn it into like a 6-week course. When you sign up for SANS on your own, you have 120 days. Well, this is a lot shorter, right? And the reason why they designed it around that, and veterans are thriving in, is because we think of it as like a miniature deployment. Hey, I need to focus on this. With them, you'll get 3 certifications. 2 of them are core, and your 3rd is an elective. So if you do want to do pen testing, you can do GPen. If you want to do SOC analyst, you can do GSOC, stuff like that. But there's not a lot of people on LinkedIn that have GIAC certs next to their name that are hunting employment. I will say that. Companies believe in the amount of money and education that people get from them. Purdue Northwest, like Omar mentioned earlier, they're anybody can apply for it, but they put veterans and first responders at the top of the priority list. They are fighting funding right now because this last cohort kind of they had a little bit more than they expected, but it's okay, because in chat there's a lot of links that I shared earlier that are phenomenal. And if you're trying to come to Florida, Florida has several that are awesome programs, and I think Omar has the one for was it USF, South Florida. Follow CISA. CISA and NSA, they both give out grants to institutions that are training, right? So CyberUp, they were a recipient of a CISA grant where they got $1 million to really focus on workforce development and getting people in lucrative jobs. But I am going to do the next raffle because we're starting to lose some people, and let me open that up. All right, our next raffle winner. Catherine. All right, so Catherine, I think, was unavailable to attend, so I'll be getting that information out to her. But congratulations. I might as well go ahead and do the other raffle now, and then we can open it up for some two-way communications and really start to get some mentorship going. Jason Miller. Again, if you are on right now, definitely DM me and let me know. And I will get you that information. Congratulations to the winners. But again, I want to open this up and do a round robin, right? So come off mute, come off video mute, and let's talk shop. What are some hard points that you're running into? John Vasquez, CISSP, boom. Transitioning from the military, possibly. Do you have any questions, right? Because it's an open forum, and we want to be able to get these things where we can start, approaching the community and start fixing these issues. But yeah, it's wide open for anybody. Or if any other speakers want to, provide any more guidance or resources.
Hey, Paul, I threw some more links in there as you were talking. I know one of the programs I went through was the military for schooling was the VRAP. Unless you had already enrolled in before December the 1st of last year and just waiting to start, I think that has ended. But there's another one that I put the link in that is basically the same concept. Education, they give you a portion of the stipend. They won't give you the whole portion. That was separated the difference. The only thing that you would have to have is at least 1 day or more of your GI benefits you have left. And if you have that, then go to that link that I put in there and sign up for it. And they will provide you. You have to find your own school, but they will. That's I call it a boot camp, but that was through education. That was through a college. I completed the 10-month program, and it was based around getting certifications in comp TIA, and that was a 10-month program I completed. Military paid for the whole thing. They gave me stipend money on top of that, and so-called some boot camps, if you go through the college education portion of it, then it's not bad. But those other ones that's there just for money, just for profit, just be aware of that.
Yeah, it's definitely. I approached that too. Last year I spoke at the Cyber Now Summit. It was hosted by Tech Birmingham and InfraGard, and I approached it as traditional 2-year and 4-year schools are really starting to hurt the industry. And a big portion of that is what I found out from talking to a lot of provosts before I spoke was it takes 6 months to a year often to get a curriculum approved. So there's a lot of professors out there that really want to create pathways, but it's taken academia too long to approve them. And that's why, me going through, I just finished my associates Christmas Eve last year. I shopped 186 schools. 186 schools that all said they did cybersecurity degrees. Of those schools, more than 80%, they were just IT degrees. They weren't, they threw in like cybersecurity fundamentals and they called it a cyber degree. There was a lot that had Java, Python, and programming in there. Cool, great, grand, but I've been doing this for 22 years. I haven't programmed a day in my life. It's not an absolute necessary to have. You definitely should understand how to look at code, especially if you're doing dynamic and static code analysis and stuff like that. But again, programming has been around as long as IT has, because that's how you made IT. So, I ended up landing with Purdue Global because I was able to petition 75% of their degree plan. And I just wanted to get an associate's as quick as possible. If you've never been in tech, Western Governors University is phenomenal because, their program is based on leveling you up based on certs. It's a flat rate. So it's like $4,000 per semester or something like that. And you can add as many classes as you can handle. We had one of our mentees, Jeff Lynch, 2 years ago, got his master's in like 30 days from Western Governors. So, he got his master's in less in less than $8,000. But if you've already been in tech, so people like me and Eric, if we go do these programs, we already have industry, intermediate, advanced, and master level certs. Again, these universities and stuff, they're built on, they want money. I was told when I started, when I tried to go to Western Governor, that I had to get A+ and Net+ and all this other stuff. And I have CASP, which is CompTIA's Master Cert. Why do I have to go get these that have no return on investment for me? Right. One of the biggest portions of the part 1 of whole cyber is once you really look at those 3 to 5 roles that you want to do, like really, really want to do, that's where we help you find a true return on investment certification for you. What that means is, if I'm trying to do GRC, Security Plus would be a great cert for you to have, because it's big. It's really big on vulnerability threat management. RMF is one of the core principles of Sec Plus. But again, if you're trying to look at DoD FedRAMP and go cybersecurity, that is an IT degree or cert per DoD. So got to be mindful of that, right? Going back to the mentorship, with one of the biggest things that we did within whole cyber is, one of our partners that's a premier sponsor of this event, Vicious Vineyards. Joseph J. Bears, one of my co-founders as well, one of my advisory board members, and we developed rooms within his Vicious Vineyard Discord we call Classroom. And it breaks down each of the trainings that you're going to do. Because it's self-paced and because we're hands-off, we want to evoke in you to rely on the community, right? Because I guarantee if I have a question, let's say I'm doing something with a SIEM tool or something like that, SIEM, right? Your Splunks, your QRadars, your CrowdStrike. And it's something that maybe I have atrophy on. I'm going to ask the community. I'm going to ask somebody like Eric. I'm going to ask somebody like Frank. Hey, man, I haven't touched this in a while. What I'm getting the wrong query report when I do this. And it's something like that is just, it could be something simple as, hey, you know what? Show me what you're putting. And I send it over. Oh, why do you have this period here? Or why is this not here, or XYZ, right? So, and that's how we designed the rooms for whole cyber is, up until you get to immersive labs, everything that you do to that point, you can rely on each other. It gets you out of your comfort zone, right? Because a lot of people don't like coming off mute. They don't like coming off mic. And a lot of it is imposter syndrome. Cybersecurity is hands down one of the most self-induced imposter syndrome industries. Like, Eric, I mean, right? So you got laid off due to budget, right? So now that you were looking for another role, did you meet imposter syndrome?
I'm in week 6 of my first ever director role, and I have imposter syndrome every day still a little bit, right? And I think the easiest cure for that is to just keep working, just figure something new out every day. And you never really make it in this field. You just find the new thing to learn, in my opinion.
Yeah, you mean, that too, right? So even when so I got laid off 16 January. And once I narrowed down, hey, I knew exactly the 2 roles I want to do. Right. That started an imposter syndrome in me, because now I'm looking at these roles and now I'm seeing that they want XYZ. Being a cybersecurity researcher and not being a programmer is looked at like an Achilles heel. But at the same time, I'm able to present and say, hey, here's a report that I wrote based on an IoT smart device that I've done static code analysis on. I can prove that I know how to do this. But those job descriptions, they self-induce imposter syndrome. When Stephen went through the boot camps, right? After it was all said and done, hey, you know what? I feel confident in this. And then started looking at stuff and looking at the skills and hands-on stuff, well, my confidence level just dropped. Don't do that, right? Just like Eric said, just push through it, right? Because confidence goes a long way in an interview. Goes a very, very long way in an interview. If and it's almost like the interviewers can smell you through the video. That, you know, they ask you a question and your nerves are shot and you start going down rabbit holes. Not saying it's a bad thing, because, you know, people like me that are introverted and they, you know, problem solvers, I like to think of the most effective way. But you got to understand, again, in an interview, you have a short amount of time. So how can you deliver that answer quick and actionable? And you can't if you've only just learned how to take a test, right? If you've never got hands-on during a lab to say, you know, I would do this, right? I use an example because we had somebody, when I was doing a mock interview on somebody, I was like, hey, your company uses Splunk. You notice that some anomalous traffic came through. There was a garbled URL. You know, give me a couple things that you would do. And out of that, it was, you know, I would click on it. I would ask the user if they had stuff like that. But nowhere in there was it, hey, you know what? I would carve that PCAP out for that specific traffic. And PCAP is your packet capture analysis that you're going to do. You know, you can use Wireshark or whatever you want to use for it, but that would be an effective way to say, hey, you know what? This person knows the skill set. They know how they're going to hunt this and find out exactly what that garbled URL or botnet, right? That's another thing too. If you already know, like Eric said, right? If you already know something, don't just blab off an APT. Don't just blab off, oh, well, that's a botnet. Because you're going to get asked, how do you know that's a botnet? You know, muscle memory is not a thing that they like to hear in interviews, especially for mid to senior level roles. Clear and actionable response. I like to bring Justin's back. Justin is another fellow Navy IT that started his own company because he knew he didn't want to work for anybody. They sponsor, you know, his company sponsored an event last year that I wish would have did a little bit better, but lessons learned. But Justin of Wolfcat Consulting, brother, I know you got free resources for days too.
Hold on here. Hey, if my camera is flickering, let me know. Okay, I'm having some issues on it these days. But hey everyone, it's a pleasure to be here. Quick question: is my camera flickering or no?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, I'm gonna turn my my camera off. All right. So appreciate everyone here. Paul, it's always a pleasure to you know, support you and your team and your initiatives. A little bit of background about myself. Spent 24 and a half years in the world's finest Navy. I retired in 2020, smack dab in the middle of COVID, right? Minimal, well, there were employment opportunities out there, but the opportunities weren't just for me. I'll just leave it at that, right? So I said if I couldn't join one, I was going to build one. And what I ended up doing is I took all that experience that I had, or that I collected, that I obtained, and that I worked on throughout my time in the military, and I shifted it to consulting. And so I took all those years of briefing senior executives within the military, and you know, managing large programs within the military, and I ended up forming up my own consulting firm. And what I do is I consult both public and private sector clients on IT, cybersecurity, and satellite communication services, initiatives, and things of that nature. I initially started off as just Justin McCartney consulting. And then as I collected a few clients underneath my portfolio, I established an LLC, Wolfcat Consulting LLC. And then as I collected more clients, I took those funds that I collected and I grew a little bit more and I shifted to an incorporated entity last year. Yeah. And that's where I'm at now. So what is it that I do? I do absolutely zero cold calling, right? I have clients, companies reach out to me asking for some services, i.e. to get smart on specific things within all three of those fields that I just discussed. More importantly, I assist companies as they are bidding on contracts, both in the public and private sector on IT, cybersecurity, and satellite communications. And it's extremely exciting to do what I'm doing because when I retired from the military, and I think I told Paul this, when I initially got out, right, I must have spray and prayed when it comes to submitting resumes, right? I had my resume posted on every job board out there, and I had some interviews and things just didn't work out initially. So that's why I went my own route and decided to go the consulting route. And it was probably it is the best decision that I had ever made. And that's where I'm at this point. I recently completed a 5-day project for an organization overseas, so to speak, and providing them recommendations, inputs, and data to protect their services. So really what I'm here to do is explain to you that the IT and the cyber world is it's extremely large. In other words, there's different areas and sections that you can get into that you can really focus on, and so that's pretty much about it, I guess. I'm here to answer any questions that you have, and I'll pause there for any questions.
Been a pretty quiet group today.
Yeah, so I hear that. I understand. And so, I mean, what else would you like me to talk about, Paul? I mean,
so you're on Veterati too, right?
oh yeah, I'm on Veterati. I've been on there for a while, and if for those of you that haven't been on that platform yet, I would highly encourage you to utilize those resources that are out there for free. You're talking to professionals that are working in the field, right? Professionals that are working in the field, both in the public and the private sector. And it's a free 1-hour conversation, and you can schedule more conversations along the way as well. And I'd be more than happy to have conversations with anyone in this platform as well.
No, I think everybody's
Okay, I got you. All right.
Michael, I know you got some questions, man. I mean, you just started the whole cyber program. What are your thoughts starting off on it? Crickets.
Hey,
Was that question for me?
I know, for anybody.
Okay.
No, it was for Michael Alonso.
Hey, Paul, I'll chime in. I'm just taking everything all in. I don't have nearly the extensive background I believe that the rest of these folks here probably do. So that's why I reached out to you, and you like live right down the road. So I have a busy schedule, but I really would love to meet up sometime, catch coffee or beer or something, whatnot. But Yeah, I'm just trying to get into, I don't even know 100% on the cyber side of it, but I guess everything's a possibility. I just retired in December, at the end of December. So it's been 3 months, and I haven't gotten too many callbacks or anything like that. I got an interview last week and going back for part 2 of that interview. But overall, I just figured I'd chime in, let you know, since we just met up on LinkedIn not too long ago, that yeah, I'm definitely up for meeting up sometime and hang out and see what you have to say further, maybe in my my path here along the way here, since I'm not cyber, like I said, I'm not IT, but I'm taking courses and stuff, and trying to get some certs and things along the way.
Absolutely. Now that I really understand what my my first month at Booz Allen is going to be like, I definitely want to set up some time, even if this is just a weekend. I mean, maybe we can do Gators Dockside or something, get some wings and
Yeah.
whatnot. But yeah, that's the same thing you just brought up though is probably what everybody's feeling right now, because when you look at IT and you look at cyber, oh man, there's just so many roles out there that you might already be able to do that just without talking to a mentor, doing something with, Justin, because Justin, I found out, is very methodical. He's going to take notes during his meet with you, because he's going to research, right? And that's what a mentor does. There's some times where he's had mentees that have taught him some new things, right? Because again, this crap changes on a daily basis. And just having 1 or 2 mentors is probably is going to fall short, just because of that, right? Because if I'm talking to somebody again that's trying to do GRC, but I want to do cybersecurity, I might get training they recommend because that's the only training they know. And a part of that is because you got different websites out there that just advertise so many different things. Omar shared earlier DFIR Diva. DFIR Diva, phenomenal. Like out of the resources I found, what she does is phenomenal, because she goes in and she gets rid of stale content. If it's listed as free on her website and she goes through and finds out that it's no longer free, she'll either put the price on it and put it into a different bucket, or she'll just remove it all altogether. Looking at, again, the different types of certification and bootcamp opportunities as well. There are some freebies out there. Definitely look at Oracle. Oracle has a free cloud certification. I don't know if it's still free, but they did for a while. But notice I said fundamentals, right? Because just understanding cloud is going to go a long way, right? Because if I'm working in AWS, for example, I know that I need AWS cert. If I'm working for Microsoft, I know I need a Microsoft. Fortinet is on our list. What I will say about vendor-specific tools certifications is you got to be wary with them. If I go get a Fortinet NSE 4 cert, which is their FortiGate firewall, I now am only able to look at those roles if I want to do firewalls with companies that have that technology. Same thing with Splunk. Splunk has a free veterans program. It'll give you Fundamentals 1 and Fundamentals 2. And when you really look at it and you talk to Paul Daigle, who does a lot of really awesome content on Udemy, he'll even say it. Fundamentals 1 and Fundamentals 2 is your Splunk intro cert. You don't need to go out and pay the $175 for that cert because you're just getting the knowledge on it, right? Looking at the boot camps, there's a lot of power words that boot camps like to use because it's the flavor of the year. DevSecOps, for example. I've had a lot of candidates come to me that went to the same boot camp, and 3 of them actually wanted to be software devs. So they chose this boot camp based on the fact that the pathway was DevSecOps. Well, they got Sec Plus, CEH, and Splunk out of it. Not a single programming, not a single software, not a single dev type curriculum involved with it. So you got to be wary when you look at that, right? Buyers beware. Not all boot camps are bad, obviously. Again, if you come from a technical background, the accelerated boot camps are designed for you because you do have a technical know-how. But again, they're not going to vet you and say, hey, have you worked in this before? Have you done this before? Because they want that magical violin. You know, Justin and I both grew up during the times where we've seen a lot of restructure. And we could probably both agree that probably 2011 was the birth of a lot of the privatized boot camps, offering the 4 to 8 day boot camps to anybody else, because that was the same year that the 5-day boot camp started for CISSP. You know, a lot of these companies are like, oh, we're making money off of them. Let's open it up for other people because we make money off of them. But another good mentorship area is going to be ACP. ACP does a lot of different things throughout the year as well, through events, networking events, stuff like that. Stephen mentioned the Key. The Key, if you are in Texas, is phenomenal because they had like their own Texas Mill City community that they built. And Texas is growing up as far as tech. You know, some things that we're doing with Boost to Cyber right now is we just met with the governor of Arkansas, and we're trying to help them create enticing things to draw more veterans to come to Arkansas, because it's not a really big vet community there. There's not a lot of cyber there either, but there's a lot of companies that need cyber. So, you know, if you could think of some ideas, you know, definitely, you know, reach out to Boost to Cyber and say, hey, you know, something that would entice me would be XYZ, right? Because if I know for me, when I was asked, you know, the only thing that I knew about Arkansas was Bill Clinton and the Razorbacks. I don't know what they have other than state parks. What's enticing for me to relocate? And that's another thing you have to think about in the back of your head, because everybody has their dream location where they want to retire. With a lot of these jobs going back on site, they're going to start sweetening the pot to get people back in the office. Some companies are offering like awesome catered meals for like lunch and stuff like that, or gas cards for, you know, commuting, stuff like that. But a lot of roles can still be done remotely. Know that if you have a clearance, 90% of the roles that you apply for that are clearance, you're probably not going to be able to do remotely. Unless I said 90, I didn't say 100, because they still have cleared roles that you can do remotely. There's just travel that's going to be applied to it. You might have to go off-site to go visit a client and do some consulting, you know, or might have to go on site to do an assessment or, you know, XYZ, right? But also look at, you know, another veteran organization or veteran ran organization is TCM. TCM, you know, Heath Adams is constantly putting out his material for free or very, very reduced price. For example, Black Friday, all their courses were like $5, and all their courses lead up to the PMPT cert, which is a you know, professional networking pen tester cert. So you're getting all the education leading up to it. INE, and the reason why I like the TCM and the INE specifically for pen testers or red teamers is the fact that they force you to write reports. I cannot tell you how many times I've talked to hiring managers and I asked them what their biggest gripe is during, for a new hire or whatever. And a lot of it is because they don't know how to write reports. So, when you go out and get the CompTIA Pen Test Plus, you don't write a report, right? You're just learning how to do the map. You're learning how to do enumeration. You're how to reconnaissance and stuff like that, but you're not actually learning what is required of you. Because I can't remember who said it earlier, but report writing is very, 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 very big in InfoSec and cyber. And knowing how to write those reports to where you can do the bottom line up front with actual solution is very critical. CMMC, everybody's heard about it. It's very, if you know what NIST is and NIST controls are, it's just an add-on to it. But CMMC is one of those new niche things where if you can get the certification for cheap, I know there's one company, I don't have it with me, so I can't really share it, but they have the CMMC Registered Professional for $600. You go through their course and you take the cert test. It's not a real cert, but it's still a micro cert that you can add, and it still shows that you have that value add if you're trying to go DoD, FedRAMP, or FISMA, or supply chain. But CMMC is going to be one of those big compliance GRC hot items for the next couple of years, especially as we start to adopt zero trust. And Justin could probably talk more about that because some of the clients that he's worked with already may or may not already be feeling the blunt end of having these extra controls that are required. Learn how to, as you're talking to a mentor or you're at these networking events, try to figure out what the day in the life is of, right? We all have dream companies we want to work for. Research those companies. You'll find that when you start looking at their core values or their ethics or their moral compass, it might not align with you. Understand that majority of veterans that are transitioning out are awesome salespersons. Do not discredit cyber sales as an entry-level position. The reason behind that is, so like our partners over at Attack IQ. Attack IQ, they have their own vendor tool for cyber threat intelligence. You go get a job with them to do vendor sales. While you're doing this, you have access to their academy for free to upskill on their tool. You also know the clients that are using your tool. So when you're ready to make that jump, hey, XYZ company, I noticed that you're using XYZ. Not only do I know the tool, but I can come in with carnal knowledge and I already know the engineers that work on a team. So if I have questions, I can go right to the horse's mouth. Right. And sales is probably going to be the highest pay that you can get out there, but a lot of it is like 60-40, where 60 of it is your base pay and 40% is your commission and your bonuses. And that's not really a big sell point for people that want to do cyber sales. But cyber sales, being that you're talking to a lot of clients, you're starting to build that comfortness of talking to other people in the industry. You're also talking, sadly, you will do some cold calling. One of our candidates and volunteers has been doing some cold calling recently, but she also talks to a lot of CISOs. So understanding what the CISOs pain points are, you can start upskilling on that and come in and be that saving grace. What would you add, Justin?
Quite a few things, I guess. I guess really, give me a second. Come back to me. Give me 1 second. Let me write some stuff down here. I'll get back to you.
So Michael, let's see. It's a general statement. Talk to a lot of people in cyber and everyone seems to either love it or seems to just love it, has a few negatives. What are some of the things you dislike or can be stressful at times in the business? I will say that, if you look at cybersecurity across the board right now, even the top, if you look at FANG, right, your Facebook, your Meta, your Microsoft and different things like that, they are downsizing. Companies in general are downsizing. They're learning that, I just commented on McMerritt's post not too long ago about, or a comment that she made off a post about companies that are bringing back people on site and trying to beef up enticement incentives for them to come back on site. A lot of these companies, they go out and they lease or they build a superplex where their servers are housed. With the amount of remote work, remote work was, for a lot of companies' eyes was only designed to be a Band-Aid. Now they have to justify why they're paying these really hefty prices for, these buildings or their lease or anything like that, but they don't have anybody on site to actually maintain their data stores. And that's, companies are starting to learn that it's just going to be cheaper for me to bring people on and pay them just a little bit more for that. That's my kind of like research opinion on why a lot of companies are starting to do that. Not saying that you're, like the role that I am in at Booz Allen now, it was on site in Maryland. If you have the right skill sets, companies will make exceptions. I'm doing it still 100% remote, still got my clearance, but at times I'm going to have to travel.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of, and this is just speaking off of my experience, right? And seeing what I've seen over the past, we'll say year, right? There are a lot of companies that are trying to bring all of their employees back, right? And because they're just trying to get back to the norm, right? To get back to how it used to be before the pandemic hit. And I understand that because really, I would say it's all about accountability, right? Making sure that their employees are being actively tracked. But from the remote aspect, there's always going to be some opportunities out there that, for in fact, like you just mentioned, that can be remote on a full-time basis with some traveling every now and then. But as far as protecting your own the data that's itself and managing and maintaining the data internally. Based off of my discussions that I've had, companies want that back, right? They want to be able to manage their data, their services in-house with their own teams. So, remote work is going to be here. It's always going to be here, but the mindset of, hey, we shifted to remote and we can just go on status quo for the rest of eternity. That's not the case. Because companies are looking at bringing everyone back in-house, so to speak.
Yeah, but again, don't think of it as a negative, right? So there's nothing saying that you can't ask if a company offers a relocation package during an interview, right? Because if they don't, now you're giving that hiring manager, that HR person, ammunition if you're a qualified candidate to say, hey, you know what, I just talked to somebody and I really want to bring this person on. Can we do something as a relocation package? Because again, I mean, one of the biggest things that people struggle with when they relocate is going to be your utilities, right? Crap, I had to relocate. I thought I was retiring over here, and now I'm relocating for a job. So now I'm going to have another credit being ping against me because, You know, when I sign up for electricity, they're going to do a credit report or, you know, different things like that. But map it out. That's one of the biggest things that I was told 3 years out from retiring was, you got to map out your roadmap. You know, if your goal is, for example, you want to be an incident responder, right? Maybe incident responder isn't something you can get right now. And that's why having that nice framework and understanding what the capability indicators are within that, you know what knowledge is required for that role. And you can also, you know, look at incident responder and go up to cyber defense analyst and see what kind of match. A lot of these roles overlap. A SOC analyst, for example, is an incident responder. They're just a tier 1. You know, malware analyst. There's a lot of different things that can help you map out a successful path. You know, if you look at what Steve did with his path, you know, he chased what the, you know, hey, I want to understand what my business is doing, so I'm going to do this help desk gig, and grow from there, because now I'm getting those skills, right? Look at niche fields. And I say niche fields like quantum, AI, ML. And the reason why I say look at that is because those are in a lot of companies' line of sight right now. Chat GPT, for example, or Bing or whatever, right? Play around with those tools, right? Yes, my prediction is there are going to be a lot of companies that are going to start closing the gap on entry-level jobs, right? Analyst 1s and 2s and stuff like that. But I also think that those companies that are premature and adopting AI, they're going to learn that this thing still needs a human being to understand human interactions. You know, if you look at Chat GPT, if I was to get everybody that's on here right now, all 8 participants to go on Chat GPT, and I say, show me, you know, give me this. The way you type it in is going to be different than everybody else, and it might yield a different answer. They found that out when there's a lot of people that were writing malware off of Chat GPT. It was very bad malware, like very bad, you know, coding and stuff like that, but it was still malware because, you know, things like this, they generate 10. So, hey, I got 10 malware, right? But now let me articulate it. Let's see, I want to write a malware against a banking firm. Now I start looking at, you know, researching, you know, the different types of banking viruses that are used. Hey, Chat GPT, write me a DriedX variant invoice virus, right? That was human interaction. Now it knows that I want this for this, and it's not just spray and pray. But data science, you know, like I mentioned in the beginning, is going to be the next highest paid job in the world. You know, as companies start to adopt quantum computing, again, data folks are going to be highly needed, you know, especially data folks that have programming languages under their belt to maintain these data stores, to differentiate between what is real anomalous and what's not anomalous. But you know, it's rough. I will say, you know, some of the negatives, going back to Michael's question, are, again, it's just one of those realms where everybody's an expendable unless you're a federal employee. Nobody is safe from budget layoffs. I will say, understand the 3 different sectors you can do, whether it's private sector, DoD contractor, or contractor in general, or DoD FedRAMP, right? Because private sector is going to obviously be a little bit more money, quite a bit more money, but you're more expendable. You might do a little bit more than what your job description says. When you look at contractors are, it's kind of a 2-sided sword. And that's how you articulate during the interview, right? So if you're coming on and you know that they want you to bring you on as a contractor, maybe it's 1099 or maybe it's contractor to full-time job. Look at that when you're in the interview. Ask them, okay, so is this a new project? Am I coming in during second phase, third phase? A lot of that matters, right? Because if I'm coming in for third phase, there's only 3 phases in the project. And I know that this project ends in 9 months. Am I really, am I applying for a new job as soon as I start? And in the contractor world, understand that even though that somebody has a contract, let's say, for example, I have a contract with Dell or something like that. I'm doing work for them and a lower bidder comes in and says, hey, we could take over where you're at and, you know, we'll come in at a lower price. New contractor comes in, you don't work for that contractor. It's bye, Felicia. Right? Alex Rose was almost a one of my directors and colleagues was affected by this almost because, you know, worked for Space Force, Lockheed came in, they were working the project, and then Proteron came on and they only wanted Proteron employees. So all the Lockheed people that were on that project got the can. Luckily, he was in a role that nobody else was doing, so they kept him on. The federal side, obviously, it's going to be a lesser pay, but more job security. It's hard to fire a GS. It is really hard to fire a GS. And then that 10 years extra of doing civil service is going to make it to where you can collect your retirement sooner, you know, at 59.5 versus 62.5. Doing the DoD FedRAMP, you also have the ability to continue to do your TSP. So, you know, if you're not a finance person and you only donated to TSP because you just really don't want to play around with stocks or hunt for another 401k, it's perfect because you can roll right back into it because you're just adding your social and doing your contribution again. Did you remember your thoughts, Justin? Let me use the bathroom real quick.
Yeah, I don't really have much to add on that. You know, I guess you hit all the key points. For everyone else here, does anyone have any questions for me at all, specifically about how I got to where I got? More importantly, you have any questions about as you're looking to get a little bit more deeper into the field of IT and cybersecurity? Any questions about what route you should take or anything like that?
Yeah, I have a quick question.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so just a little background. I did about 8 years in the Navy. I just got out last August. I'm working with CACI right now as a consultant, and I have a mechanical engineering degree. But I'm looking in the company right now, and I see a lot of IT roles and different opportunities. So I'm kind of here. I've been referred by someone to kind of take a look at this program. I'm just trying to figure out, you know, as I try this career pivot and I'm pursuing my PMP. So after I do that, what should kind of be the next step if I'm looking to do things with IT, project management? You know, that's kind of where I wanna be.
Okay, great question. So just so I understand, you have a background in IT, correct? You have a solid background in it?
I don't at all. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to ask this question, right? You had mentioned the PMP certification,
Yes.
right? What would be and I'm just asking a question, right? Why are you looking at getting the PMP certification?
PMP, it's something I've been interested in it for a while. Project management. It's kind of, I'm passionate about that kind of process. So that's why I was pursuing it, kind of my first thing
Okay,
after the military, and I'm using a onward to opportunity to pursue it.
gotcha. Okay, yeah, that's a good call there. PMP is a great cert, right? Absolutely. But let me ask you this, right? Are you focusing? Are you looking at managing programs in the IT world? Is that what you're trying to do?
Right. So that's kind of where I'm trying to figure out how does, me getting the PMP, right? What does that help me with in IT? And then what do I need to do foundationally to kind of branch off into IT, project
Right.
management, program management, anything else?
So that's a great question, right? What I would recommend, and this is just Justin McCartney talking. I would recommend that you focus on building the foundation in the IT industry, in the IT infrastructure, becoming brilliant on the basics in the IT world, right? Landing some roles or having the opportunity to work in roles to where you can actually work in the field and gain some foundation, gain some experience, more importantly, and then also build a foundation to learn about the IT world, right? We can't necessarily manage something that we're not really experienced in, right? And so that would be my case. If I was jumping into the IT field right now, I would focus on learning the IT field, and then as you gain some experience, and even after the 2 to 3 year mark, say, then go the PMP route. Because PMP it's a great certification. Absolutely, it's a great certification. But if you're looking at jumping into the IT field, you don't necessarily need a PMP cert to get into that arena.
Okay.
Yeah, caveat on that, it's in IT and cyber. I got my headphones on. My son had them to me. But in IT and cyber, we use Scrum and Agile mostly, right? And as you're going through PMP, you're going to notice that out of that giant ass book, there's only about 3 or 4 pages that touch Scrum and Agile. A part of that is because when you talk about IT or cyber-centric program management, project management, product management, you have to understand the software development lifecycle. Researchers, we use the SDLC constantly too, because we want to know, if we're helping develop a tool, is this something that's going to be out of shelf? Or how do I trim the fat, Lean Six Sigma style of delivering this to this person or this client or this project owner? But I agree with what Justin said, looking at the brilliance on the basics. If you look at KevTech IT, they're on our partners page. Kev really goes over IT fundamentals really, really well. He worked in the food industry for quite a long time before he became an IT, and he uses his lessons learned as his point to help educate people. Another low-hanging fruit, especially because you are targeting management roles. Don't hear it. No, they're going to hear me say it, but don't let anybody else know that I said it. But ITIL is a great foundational cert that would help you with IT management. Not cybersecurity, but again, it's 2 different realms, right? The great thing in PM roles, though, is you get to moonlight in either IT or cyber, depending on your company. I shared in here, there's a Certiprof. They have a Scrum Foundation cert. I think having this micro credential as you get your PMP is going to help solidify to say, hey, because PMP is like more of a traditional operating officer's certification. It's not, again, like just said, it's not bad. It's very a coveted cert, but there's other low-hanging fruit out there that you can get right now that's going to have more value. So I don't know how far you are into IVMF, if you already started or you're waiting to start. But in my personal preference, if I haven't started the curriculum yet, I know IVMF offers certified Scrum Master. I would get that one ahead of PMP. Just again, because it's a quicker selling point, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I've heard similar opinions on kind of where to start, and kind of where I'm at with some of the work I do is just I've been bombarded with Scrum since I started this position, and I've been on track for the PMP since last year. So I'm just trying to figure out that kind of where I want to be, and my main focus is the foundation, right? What can I do now between now and the next 3 to 5 years that's gonna help me with my career for the next 10 to 20. So that's kind
So
of
we
where,
need to dissect what exact type of PM roles you want to do,
yeah.
and that can answer that. Again, that goes back to PM's done differently across the globe. It's, if you look at some of the roles, they have roles that are 100% hands-on. They have roles that are PM that are 80% hands-on, and there's some roles that are completely hands-off. Right? It goes back to, again, the type of PM role you want to do.
Right.
If you're coming in to do, let's say Microsoft, and you want to be a project manager and you're going to lead a team, well, you can't speak software.
Right.
Part of your PM role is going to be quality assurance for what your team is presenting. So if you can't speak to that, that's going to be one of those points that you need to get educated on. The great thing about PM roles, and why I advocate a lot of people that are, especially in aviation or mechanic, to go into IT project manager or cybersecurity project management right off the bat, is because you're already an unbiased auditor, if that makes sense. And that's why in 2020, I spoke at GovCon Summit, and I made a lot of people angry because I said, why aren't you having skill bridge for aviators to go into CMMC? Or maintainers going to CMMC, or bosun's mate going to CMMC? And they're like, well, why? They need to have IT experience to do this job as an auditor. Okay, well, this person has been an auditor their entire career.
Right.
And they know that if I follow this checklist, I'm not going to fail. Whereas if I come and do an audit on Justin's company, for example, I know Justin, I've rapport built with him, right? I might be biased in my inspection, right? I might walk into the server room and say, hey, here's my NIST checklist. Do you have a firewall? Yes, it's right there. Is the firewall in the rack? No, it's on the ground. Well, Justin, why is it on the ground? Oh, well, it's in layup. We're waiting for a swap or something like that. I'm going to put NA. Whereas somebody that's a true quality assurance person is going to come in and say, nope, it's not there. Right? Because again, we fail each other as IT leaders when we do that type of stuff. That's why a lot of these companies require third-party audits. But if you can narrow down exactly the PM type you want to do, and if you look at that NICE framework, again, it's going to lay out. Matter of fact, I will pull it up and we'll do a crosswalk right now on it. And I'll show you how my brain works in dissecting this. I've definitely been told I'm wired super, super weird. All right. So applies knowledge of data, information, processes, organizational interaction skills, and analytical expertise. Right, cool. Well, right here you have one role. It's an IT investment portfolio manager. That is probably going to be your business development analyst when you talk about a privatized company. If you're talking about a DoD FedRAMP, this is actually what the role is going to look like on the job advertisement. We break down the knowledge that's required for this role. a lot of this is easy stuff that you can get, and it calls out the NIST special publication that you need to understand for supply chain risk. So it gives you somewhere to go. Knowledge and risk framework requirements. Again, it gives you another low-hanging fruit that gives you an idea of where you need to focus and training on. Again, here it is about the life cycle process and acquisition. How to leverage research and development centers, think tanks, academic research and industry systems. A lot of this is going to be right here incumbent on your technical writing skills. And I'm going to share, there's a Google course that's, I think it's only like, it might still be free. Even if it's not free, it's only like $50, but is a technical writing course. That's really good. It helped me with my research role. The skills, again, this is a hard skill, right? Your skills are your absolute, you have to be able to do this. Translate, track, prioritize information needs and intelligence collection requirements across the extended enterprise. Okay, the intelligence collection. This is where you can throw your own flavor in it, right? I mean, if you're looking at me with, being a chief or whatever, I relied on understanding in the chief's mess where people are having issues with computers. That's intelligence gathering. Or understanding how cyber threat intelligence is done. Again, it's giving you a lot of different things to look at. Here's the tasks that you would do within that role. Laws and regulations. If you haven't transitioned out yet, I would say get on JKO and knock out Cyber Law 101 and 102 because it's free. There's not a lot of free cyber law stuff out there because it's still very immature. And that's why cyber lawyers are getting paid buku dollars to be cyber lawyers because they're kind of rewriting it. When I talked about the capability indicators, right? Again, knowing that this is DoD FedRAMP style, it's going to promote certs. I want you to take the certs out of your mind when you're looking at this. I want you to focus on, hey, you know what? I need to focus on education on network infrastructure, mobile device integration, right? So your BYOD, hardware evaluation, operating systems, technical support, right? It lays out what the entry of a PM role would do, the types of education that you would need to understand. But it also shows you, okay, what an intermediate project manager would have to know. It starts adding more things onto it, right? So if your goal is you only want to do PM, you have a roadmap right here to really maximize a 2-year, 5-year, and a 7-year plan. Continuous learning. As a PM, entry level, you're not going to be required to have copious amounts of continuous learning because you're leading the day-to-day process. You are that geek to human translator to say, hey, my team did this, they did that, right? Or hey, the client needs XYZ in place. You're able to translate that into tech for your geeks. The types of degrees that it says that it would like you to have. Again, it says not essential, right? Experiential learning. This is where a lot of our soft skills come into play. Macros, shadowing, rotations, mentorship. Private sector is very hard to do job rotation in, unless you're starting at an MSP. So an MSP, your managed security provider, excuse me, their ultimate goal is to become an MSSP. So you're more inclined to have job rotation there. Excuse me. Different types of training. God dang. You give me the hiccups, boy. You gave me hiccups. But this is how I break down the nice framework to understand where the roles are. I hope that helps. I'm going to try to hold my breath real quick. real quick.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. It definitely helps, and I'll definitely check it out.
For everyone else out there, there any other questions you got for me?
Hey, Justin. So Leary kind of beat me to it, and I'm glad he did because I got to watch that entire crosswalk there. I think I'm where he wants to be in a few years. I'm retiring from the Army as a signal officer here this summer, where I've been an IT manager most of my career. I don't have the certs to go with that title, but I have been responsible for an organization's IA training program, doing RMF and enforcing STIGs and doing accreditations for infrastructure and facilities. And I'm trying to take that experience on paper and figure out what it is in the IT or cyber world I am qualified for. I don't know if I necessarily want to go cyber with that route, but because I have touched a little bit of everything in the industry as a supervisor, trying to see where I can fit myself. And I'm probably 2 or 3 weeks from testing on PMP. And then after that, trying to figure out where do I need to set my sights next.
Got it. First off, good luck on that PMP cert. I hope you pass it. Second comment, are you looking at supporting the public sector or the private sector?
I'm kind of agnostic at the moment. Where we're going to be moving to, there isn't a lot of DoD presence. So if I went government, it wouldn't be, pointed at the military. It would be state or, other federal. It wouldn't be, put it that way. And also been looking heavily at the private sector because where I'm moving to, again, it has a lot of healthcare and banking, and then a little bit of everything else sprinkled in. So at the moment, my aperture is very wide on what I could apply for.
Okay, gotcha. So when we're talking about, you had mentioned the medical industry, right? Is that something that you would consider wanting to jump into from an IT standpoint or a cyber standpoint?
No, I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Okay.
I worked in a, of course, this is Army tactical, but I worked in a field hospital for a couple of years, so I got a little bit a taste of what their needs would be. But like the local medical conglomerate in my hometown, the job description said, director of our IT operations, but you need to already have X number of years doing this in the medical field.
Right, and see that's the one of the I'll say hurdles that I had experienced when I was seeking employment before I did my own thing. Right, the medical field, based off of my experience, right, strictly my experience, is that they're looking for IT/cyber professionals to support their organizations, but they need to be smart on HIPAA, PCI, and PHI compliance. That's the big thing right there. And so if you're looking at supporting anything in the medical field, be able to speak to those 3 things: HIPAA, PCI, and PHI.
Another thing I'm glad you pointed out too is the Department of State, right? There's a lot of Department ofs. Department of State's a good one. Department of Education, Department of Transportation, Department of Energy. There's a lot of Department ofs that like to bring on prior service members because you already speak the government lingo. One thing that I would ask is, have you thought about FEMA? Right, because every state has a FEMA office, and coming in with military background and hopefully your PMP, FEMA pays very, very well. Department of Homeland Security, they pay very well. They're hard to compete with keeping talent as far as different federal sectors because they're able to keep up with the trends, if that makes sense. And if you haven't thought about that, I could I can connect you with Chip Lankert, who's at every vested industry event. He's been working at FEMA for a long time. He's got a lot of IT and cyber opportunities in program management. And then going back to Leary, so you already have an engineering degree. Have you thought about doing IT or cybersecurity for critical infrastructure? You know, I bring up that because like Idaho National Labs, for example, they have a very big relocation package for people with your background to move to Idaho. But there's also other places, right? Because I sit on the ICS community of practice, the industrial control systems. One of the biggest things since I've been there is I've learned that a lot of traditional hiring is done by the 2-year and 4-year degrees in electrical engineering for these OT operational technology roles. Well, I don't need to have a 4-year electrical engineering degree to know how to protect a network. I need to know that knowledge so I know the safety of life. You already know that. That should be something that should be in your mind, right? A lot of them offer hybrid type, right? Because you are dealing with on-site a lot more with like, you know, fuel refinery, oil plants, places like that. But it's still something that you're coming into, you already know that I gotta have steel toe boots. I know I'm gonna have restricted access to certain places. Everything that you've already done in the military, right? Especially you talk about a ship is a critical infrastructure. And what is taught during NDOC? Safety of life. You see a tag out, hey, I'm not touching that, right? Or, you know, I use an example from 2003 when I got on the JFK, you know, to just for khakis. We had a contractor that was running power cables. We were doing a retrofit, upgrading the combat systems. This 440 was tagged out, but there was no tag on it. So when they go in to splice this new junction box, he blew off these 3 fingers because safety of life wasn't, you know, the tag out wasn't done correctly. And that's really the hard sell with critical infrastructure and why understanding SRP versus the CIA triad, because you're really worried about the safety of life. Like if I'm doing, it's hard to, I'm breaking through to them, but I need more people, you know, that are already doing OT cyber and ICS cyber to come and start participating in it. But getting them to change their mindset, because in their mind, I have somebody that doesn't know how a dam shutter works, for example. I might be doing an assessment on a dam shutter, and I might, you know, inherently send too many packets at this shutter, and I might end up closing on somebody and killing somebody. You know, another big thing when you think critical infrastructure is we already know about class A, B, C mishaps. That's a power cell. You know, where you're moving, they might have solar. Solar is another thing with smart technology. HVAC now has smart technology. So understanding, you know, that side of the deal, you know, especially with the 2013 change to, you know, the Biden cybersecurity bill that's talking about having a S-bomb and H-bomb, your software bill of materials and your hardware bill of materials, to understand if this stuff is coming from China. Because there's a lot of, I've done research on baby monitors that are just riddled with very bad threat actors over in different countries for a baby monitor, you know. So you do have a lot of skills that I think that if you target the market right, you can get a really good paying job. And those types of roles too are because they're State Department. They might have, I know for like, was it Highway Patrol in Florida? If you've done 20 years and you go work for a Highway Patrol, they take 10 years off your probation period. So you're eligible for advancement quicker. State Department roles do the same thing when you talk about critical infrastructure. The medical industry, I will say, you know, one of the people that I would like you to reach out to is Brady Miller. He works at a Methodist church as an IT cyber leader. And he can really, the first thing that he said he had to learn in his role was ITIL. But absolutely, you know, HIPAA. You talk about banks, you know, that PCI stuff. You know, this is why it's crucial that you don't need to go out and get Network Plus, but having that Network Plus training is going to help you because you understand network layer, application layer, transport layer, session layer, XYZ, right? So you understand where these types of attacks would occur, at what layer they would occur, and what kind of tools that you might be able to suggest for that. So Keisha, 22 years, retired from the Navy. A lot of experience, internal, external audit, GRC, advice on the next move. I have my degree in certs, but not sure how to leverage my skills. Background is not cyber, but skills do transfer. Again, it goes back to do you want, which three do you want to do? Do you want to do private sector? Do you want to do public sector, or do you want to do government? That would be the questions I have, because it's just gonna be totally different, right? Because if you're still trying to go federal, then your ISSO, ISSM type roles will be lucrative to get into because there's a lot of job safety in there. It will require you to get CISSP though. But then you also, you know, got to understand that different GS pay scales. You know, one place might say that you can come in as a GS10, but they might cap the step level up to 6. Whereas you might see this other job on USA Jobs and they'll say GS10, but it can go all the way to step 10. Right? Because different organizations have different pots of money. If you're trying to go blue team, I would say, you know, talk to Justin about consulting, because RMF consulting is very lucrative. So understanding the controls, understanding NIST, understanding ISO 27001, which you can get a lot of free training on, because you know, our federal or our foreign counterparts, that's, you know, what they use. And then really get in deep on GDRP or GDPR. And you don't even need to get CISP to really understand that right off the bat. You can literally just go to what I think it's chapter 6. Just read chapter 6 and get caught up on it, and build your knowledge base on that. Make those targeted posts on LinkedIn. You know, hey, I've been reading XYZ and this is what I learned today. Learning in public is a very big aphrodisiac for hiring managers, because it shows that you're expanding your knowledge and you're sharing your knowledge with somebody else that may not know that. Does that answer your question, Keisha?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Well, let's talk about it then. You know, what do you want to do? You want to do private? You want to do public? You want to do federal?
Well, I'm actually open to any of the above, but I've been looking into the public sector more, just to get my feet wet into the cybersecurity realm, and then possibly moving over to the private.
Okay. I would, so your city hall is a great resource. You sign up for their rotator and show different opportunities they have throughout the state or throughout the city. Get on your Capitol's website as well and see what kind of positions they have open on there. The great thing about state work that a lot of people don't understand, especially Florida. Florida, if you retire after 35 years, they give you a tax-free $1 million check as your retirement. It's either you can get that lump sum or you can have that, you know, go all the way until you're 62. But those would be some good public sectors I'd look at, as well as law enforcement. Law enforcement's not going to pay nearly as much unless you're in a district that has a digital forensics outfit. In my experience, there's probably only about three districts per state, give or take, that actually have a cyber crimes unit. And that'd be a very good place, because again, you're dealing with understanding chain of custody. You start to really build up more fluencies that way. And I know, at least in Philadelphia, they were allowing, like, hey, I want to learn digital forensics. They were allowing people that were working with them to come in and start, you know, learning how to do this stuff. Laws and regulations, obviously, is going to be a huge component on the knowledge that you need to bring over. You know, coming from the military, you know, maritime law, cruise liners love hiring service members because we know maritime law. Not a lot of people like to do that though, because some roles, they do travel a lot. But your state sector jobs, like your FEMA, your crisis management teams that deal with natural disasters and stuff like that, emergency management offices, they all require a lot of good GRC type people, because when you set up like a tent city, you have to understand what needs to be done to protect your systems. You know, look at Katrina, for example. There was a lot of ITPMs that were called in because they had to do that. But auditing as well. If you were to add in some vulnerability threat management training that you can get off of Fed BTE for free, you can start learning CDM, which is your continuous monitoring. Those are good skills to have, because you can come in and do GRC and vulnerability assessments. So you can start making, you know, you look at it, you can start saying, hey, for example, if I go work with Justin and I say, hey, do we want to add in vulnerability assessments? Right now, I just add another a la carte menu to Justin's company because I bring that tool set in, that skill set in. And it could bring in extra money, because some clients, they may not know that they're, you know, supposed to be doing information awareness training, or they may not know that they're supposed to have an audit every year or a vulnerability assessment every year to keep their insurance. So for me, for you, I would look at the consulting type roles just for that, because you have different peripherals that you can see that others might not see.
That absolutely makes sense. I was also looking into, because my background is in logistics, I was looking into the cybersecurity supply chain management role.
Yeah, supply chain management. What I would say would be definitely look at some CMMC training, because supply chain has to really revolve around that, and zero trust. Understand the acronym ZTNA. This is your zero trust network architecture. There's some reputable training, like some of the good zero trust training I've seen has been on Udemy for like $10-15. A a lot of it, especially with CMMC, is because it's such a niche thing that, like, for example, you know, as I was looking at getting out, I knew I didn't want to do GRC anymore. I did it for 11 years, but I wanted to have like a backup plan. So I started looking at CMMC, and I seen their pyramid scheme. You know, $5,000 for me to go do this training to get practitioner level 1 or A. And then for me to move up to the next one, I need another $5,000. It's not stackable. And you have to get them in order. You can't just go straight for one. Right. So looking at those low cost trainings for that, definitely, that would definitely be big on the cyber side as well. Logistics side, something else that, you know, you have as a superpower is data analyst, because yeah, at 22 years, that means you were probably a SK or AK. Correct me if I'm wrong.
AK all the way.
So thinking in Alcomas, right? Think of how many times you had to create your own access database. Right? Every time you went to a FRC, whether it was a level 1, 2, or 3 depot, you probably had to create your own database. And that's a skill set that's not being advertised. You know how to create databases, right? You've been a database admin, you've been a database user. Make sure those are on your resume. Again, because going back to it, you know, what I said earlier about data science, you know, you may find out, hey, I'm gonna rock this consulting type gig for a little bit, and I'm gonna get educated on quantum. I'm gonna get some programming knowledge so I can do some AI ML, and you can come in and start doing consulting at that level.
Oh, you're giving me some awesome ideas.
This is why it's crucial to be, you know, always be on the grind and doing these networking type events, whether it's just listening in or participating. You know, I probably, one of the big core reasons why I ended up creating Whole Cyber the way I did it was because I ended up clocking in over 600 mentees in 2021. And I was like, I don't have the time, right? Because I was literally I was hopping in Zoom calls, probably 5 or 6 a day. And I was like, let me put all this stuff, let me put my brain in one place. And that's what I did with Whole Cyber. But, you know, and then get on a call with Justin on Veterati, and I guarantee he knows some other Veterati mentors that can align you with those types of things that you're looking at. That's the great thing about Veterati is they talk to each other.
Yeah, let me chime in on that. I cannot overemphasize the importance of individuals getting on the phone and having conversations with people that have either been there and done that or are actively working in the industry, right? You know, there's a couple of, you know, the V2I and some of those organizations. I attend those things all the time, right? And I initially started attending them just to listen, right? To listen, to see what everyone else is saying. And you know, being in receive mode is almost just as good as going out there and asking questions, right? Because, you know, the saying goes, we don't know what we don't know, right? And so what we do is we listen, right? We listen, we retain, we digest it, and we take all these skill sets and all this knowledge that we're getting, and we take it into something that is going to work for us, right? And so that's what I would encourage anyone on this platform right now is to get out there and ask those questions, you know, do the Veterati calls, attend all these events just like the ones you're attending right now, because take notes, right? It will do nothing but benefit you, because sooner or later you're gonna get much more smarter on a lot of different things, you know, out here, and you'll be able to dissect what makes sense and what doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah, and it's about meaningful connections also, right? One of the hardest things that I hear out of all mentees is, I want to get into cybersecurity. Okay, well, what do you want to do? You know, don't leave it at that, right? When you're making that meaningful connection, here's my background, here's what I've done, here's the education I've already done, here's what I've been looking into. You almost want your first 3 or 4 interactions to be validation of what you've already done. Because you're giving your mentor, especially on ACP or Veterati, you're giving them ammunition to really do critical thinking of, do I need to bring someone else in? Because this isn't really the domain that I deal with, but I know somebody that does. Because network resource sharing is phenomenal.
Yeah, and I'll add on that real quick. When someone calls me or reaches out to me and says they want to get into cyber, my very first question to them is, do you want to go OCO or DCO? All right. And there's for some folks, there's crickets on the line, right? And then, you know, there's others that you know are you know, in tune with it, right? So if you're looking at getting into these fields, you know, do some research, get smart on it, right? You know, on your own, but more importantly, again, you know, scheduling these calls and participating in these events. But again, with cyber, it's just not cyber. There's a couple unique things about cyber that you really need to have an understanding of what route you want to go when you want to jump into cyber.
It's the same thing too with dev, right? Because we talk about DevSecOps and we joke about it. There's no sec in DevSecOps. It's more inclined because, you know, the previous software engineers, that was their only thing. They needed to make a tool that worked, and that was it. I learned a fun fact. I had so the first time I did CEH was back when CEH was still good. You're certified ethical hacker. When I did it in 2009, I had to do a capstone event, which was a capture the flag, before I could take the test. If my other people in class couldn't pass the capstone, they weren't offered a test. And that was just a vetting mechanism that school had, because the test is really about memorizing what each tool does and what each service does or what ports are. And it lost a lot of ground when they took licensed pen test stuff out of it and created their own, you know, licensed pen test cert. But absolutely understanding if you want to do defensive cyber or offensive cyber, because you might find out when you look at the two, just looking at what DCO and OCO is, that's not really what I want to do. And that's why it's very critical to get on places like the systemized framework that really doesn't get advertised, you know, to where you can understand what these roles do. It goes back to that person that wanted to be a SOC analyst for a year and a half. They finally got their job and was like, you know what, I hate my life. But even as you're doing mentorship, you know, one of the great things about LinkedIn that Stephen talks about is, you know, even after this event, you know, you make a meaningful post to say, hey, here's what I learned from today. It was a fire hose, but here's some takeaways from it. After you're done with the Veterati meeting or ACP meeting or a meeting with just a mentor, do a recap on LinkedIn, because when you tag them, 10% of their followers or 10% of their connections are going to see you made a comment about them or you tagged them in it, and it might make them want to read it. Well, you know what? We think the same way. Or, hey, you know what? I know Justin, and based on what you were talking with him with, this is more my realm. Let me reach out and connect with you. You'll find that growing a LinkedIn is far quicker using the hashtags and the tags effectively. That's why when you see my post, I use the hashtags in my entire post as I'm writing a story, because there's granted the LinkedIn algorithm changes constantly. When I first heard about the algorithm, it used to be when you feature your post, like when you go up and you click the 3 dots after you post and you say feature on top of your profile, 10% of your connections see that post. Then it was broke down to me that 10% of the connections or followers that somebody you tag sees your post. Then it turned into, hey, between 1 to 3% of your hashtag followers for that hashtag that you used will see that post. Not necessarily that they'll actually see it, but they'll see that a post is made with that hashtag. Or, hey, somebody in XYZ's network was talking about XYZ. But that's why effectively, I use the hashtags. Don't be a spammer. Spammer is somebody that's going to go on and they're going to freaking you at the very bottom of a post have 30, 40 freaking hashtags all at the bottom, because you're not giving those hashtags sustenance on what you really were looking at, other than, hey, I want to gain followers for these hashtags. But it's fun. It's a fun process of figuring out who's going to be really in your court, who's going to be on the sideline, who's going to be your cheerleader. And then more often than none, the more interactions you have somebody that's a meaningful connection, the more they'll advertise you saying, hey, my friend over here is trying to look for a role in XYZ. And the more they know about you, the more they know who you are as a person, the better you are equipping them to target those roles in their post for you. Now, if I'm talking about an AK that was trying to go to, hey, you know what, we converted to SK now, and now we're LSs. It was still about the good old boy network of, hey, I want to target aviation command, so I need to start networking with aviation folks to understand what roles are popping up. Right? Use the retiree network too, right? So if you're a retired chief, use the chief's network. There's a lot of retired goats that have their own LinkedIn groups. If you're a retired officer, same thing, right? The fellowships are more geared towards officers, but I've seen enlisted get fellowships because they've reached out to former, COs or XOs or OPSOs that knew about a fellowship that they qualified for because they already had either a bachelor's or a master's degree or something like that. Translate. I cannot talk about Translate enough, right? And you can find out who an effective mentor is by if they're taking notes and if they're understanding you really, right? Or if they're just really trying to get volunteer hours as a mentor to quickly post and say, hey, I just had a mentor session with XYZ. If they don't articulate exactly, if they don't have notes or takeaways themselves, you got to ask yourself, same thing in the military, right? Especially on the Navy. I could fire a mentor. I could fire a mentee. Understand the difference between a mentor and coach. Coach is going to be more one-on-one. It's going to come with a cost, right? When I go to a gym, I'm getting a coach to give me one-on-one for, I want to bench press 300 pounds or whatever, right? I'm paying for a coach to get me there, right? A mentor shouldn't charge you. If you're coming across a mentor that charges, let people know, right? Because it does happen. People want to monetize their time. But anything else? Well, if there's nothing else, I'll go ahead and stop it. We're coming up to our 10-minute mark anyways. Just some advertising, Whole Cyber Human Initiative. We are free. We are a nonprofit. The membership that Stephen was talking about earlier, I just started that this year as a part of our learning management system that we purchased. My goal with that is if you sign up for our membership now at the dollar rate for the year, I'm going to do my best to grandfather you in when we start making the membership a little bit more. But there's going to be some perks coming out with it. For example, one of the current perks is members are able to watch recorded sessions. Like we had the event on the 27th of January. When we were on the website earlier, those were the recorded sessions for that event. I put like $2 to watch the video, $5 to watch that entire track, $8 to have both tracks, different stuff like that as a way for us to gain some donations. But the membership is going to allow you to have access to that without purchasing those. Something else that we are launching this year is a magazine. It's going to be called Reconnecting the Human. It's going to be e-magazine. We're looking at $2.50 per issue. It's still in the works. We're still gathering up how we want to do it, but it's going to be how we want to see magazines. Not riddled with this gimmick or that gimmick. It's going to be highlighting humans that are doing real good things for the community. Whether it's somebody's providing X amount of mentorship based on their busy schedule, you get on their Calendly or whatever, to this company might start an apprenticeship program or, different stuff like that. But we will have ad space for companies, nominal, like if they want a half page, full page or whatever, we'll talk about prices. But as we start to really build up that, again, a member is not going to have to pay for that magazine. It's going to be advertised on the membership page. So there's a lot of things we're working on this year. Another huge thing that we're starting this year is going to be the whole CyberCon. A lot of cyber conventions are going back on site. It's not a bad thing, but I want to stay within the virtual domain because the virtual domain is really it's beneficial because you get a lot of people from around the world that might not be able to show up. For example, Black Hat, $5,000 for 5-day ticket, then you got to pay for hotel, right? But we're bringing in thought provokers. Our last event that we had was a trial run hosted by Chris Fullon's coaching, CPF. And we had people talking about quantum computing. We had people talking about AI. We had people talking about human behavior and how to avoid burnout, stuff like that. So, as we start building whole CyberCon, it's going to be interesting. I think we're going to start with one track first and see how it goes. And we start getting more volunteers. Again, volunteerism, great place, especially if you volunteer to be like a speaker wrangler. Speaker wrangler is, you're behind the scenes helping them, push their slide deck or get them from green room into the main chat room, stuff like that. But you're getting one-on-one with this person. ISACA chapters, they're in every city. Another great place to volunteer. You get to brush elbows with a lot of managers, a lot of CIOs, a lot of CTOs, a lot of CISOs. And again, you can ask those prying questions. What's your pain point right now? What solution, if I was a job seeker, would you want me to bring to you? You got to be inquisitive. The generic, I want to get into cybersecurity. I think some of the mentees I had, we had some banter going back and forth when we first started. Hey, I want to get into cyber. Hey, you know what? I want to go to the moon. That's the same type of thing you just told me. You want to get into cyber and I want to go to the moon. I didn't tell you what I wanted to do to go to the moon. Maybe I want to be a botanist and go plant flowers or something. But understanding those roles, understanding the breadth of roles that are out there, how to differentiate between an IT role and a cybersecurity role. Do some open source intelligence research on the organizations that you're applying for. What I mean by this is look at the finances, right? It's easy to follow a company's finances and see what their projection is. Look at acquisitions. You know, if a company just acquisitioned XYZ, is that something that you know that you bring that flavor to the company? Because if you bring that up during the interview, that's going to baffle them. Hey, you did your research on us. We like that. You know, when you're in an interview, let's say you want to do SOC analyst and you're doing an interview and you find out that, you know, when you're doing research that this company primarily deals with banks. That should prime you. That way, when they start asking those questions, how you would do something, you should know that, hey, you know what? I'm going to answer this in the terms that they use as a business. Well, I know that, you know, your company is doing point of sale transactions, so I'm going to look primarily at the ports that deal with point of sales. Right? You're giving yourself ammunition by doing your research on them. LinkedIn cold applying. Cold applying to LinkedIn is very, very hard. That's where you see a lot of people say that they applied for like 99 positions. But also LinkedIn doesn't really give you the meat and potatoes of what that company is looking for. A lot of times when a company puts their job on their website, on their careers page, it really lays out what they want. But when they make their LinkedIn job post, when they start adding things in, LinkedIn's got a very bad thing where it recommends certain things and people get click happy and they say, okay, that's a good skill. I think that should be on there. And this is how a CISSP ends up on a help desk cert or a help desk position. So go straight to the horse's mouth. If Booz Allen has a job on LinkedIn, go to Booz Allen's website and see exactly what that role requires. Don't just rely on what LinkedIn or Indeed says. Look at mergers. If a company's going to do a merger. Again, all this stuff can be found on like Twitter, following their news feed, looking at the news feed on the company's website if they have it. They're all beneficial to you. Trend analysis. Understanding trend analysis is very critical when searching for a cybersecurity role. If we know the current trend is everybody's adopting AI/ML, maybe that's a skill set that I should learn. Or I can start brushing up on, or something that I can speak that shows I'm knowledgeable in it, or I'm knowledgeable in the idea or thought or theory. You know, again, going back to boot camps, understand that they're not going to fact check that if you have the requisite knowledge going into it. You know, before it used to be.
Want to go for a little walk? Want to go for a little walk?
Want
to go for a walk? Yeah.
Understand that requisite knowledge is something that you can gain for free, whether it's reading a book, doing a podcast, different things like that. A+, again, if you can get into something, so Cyberbytes Foundation is another nonprofit. They're in Quantico area. Once a year, they have free A+, Net+, and Security Plus boot camps. Keyword being free. But they give you an instructor-led course, and then they give you a discounted cert voucher. If you're transitioning out, definitely take advantage of Onward Opportunity. Before you choose a cert on Onward Opportunity, you need to get on a Veterati call, because again, you want to have a true return on investment certification for you. Because just because you have this cert doesn't mean that cert's going to help you with this role, right? If I want to be a network intrusion analyst, and I'm looking at what a network intrusion analyst does, and I go over to the CompTIA and I see Security Plus, and I start going through what the knowledge and skills I gain from that are, and they don't match up, that is not a return on investment cert, right? So do your homework. And then ask. Ask is hands down the biggest thing. When you ask, come to asking something where you can have an actionable response on. Keyword again, actionable response. Because you might find that if you don't convey your story well enough, you might get the generic, go get this course or go do that course. Degrees, when you're shopping for degrees, understand, look at the degree path and really break it down. Is this a real cybersecurity degree or is this an IT degree? Look at the value add. SANS, they have a bachelor's program. You just have to have an applied science degree, or you have to have the prerequisited math classes and STEM classes before you can do their bachelor's program. But they do have a bachelor's that you get certified by SANS each course. If you're new to tech, Western Governors University would be phenomenal. Grand Canyon University, they're one of the far and few that I've seen that actually have direct pathways. So, for instance, if I want to do incident response, they actually have courses that are built for that. Don't be scared of community colleges. Community colleges have certification programs. What I mean by that is if I'm trying to do, again, digital forensics, I could find a community college that has a digital forensics undergraduate certificate program. That is a pathway, right? And it's far cheaper than going out and paying for a degree. And that's all I have. My shadow is with me. You want to say hi, guy? You want to say hi? Here, you can say hi. Say hi. But reach out if you have anything. We're more than happy to respond, especially the directors at email. I get emails all through the night. A lot of people that follow me, they know that I really don't sleep. But I'm always here to help. If I have the ability to link you with anybody in my network or any companies in my network, let me know. Justin, you want to lead us out?
Sure. I appreciate everyone attending. And more importantly, Paul, thank you for everything that you do and for the community. It's much appreciated. And, if anyone has any questions or if anyone wants to schedule a one-on-one with me, I'd be more than happy to have as many discussions and conversations that you would like, whether it be in the IT slant cyber world or anything else along the way. So if you aren't connected up to me on LinkedIn, feel free to do so. I'd be more than happy to connect up with you. And it was a pleasure being here.
Much appreciated. One final thought that I would bring up is medical marijuana. There's a lot of cybersecurity job seekers that are meeting that gate, that wall because they got their medical card. Just be cautious because you might have a provider that wants to give it to you. It does help in most cases, but that's still an eliminating factor on a federal application. Even doing a private company, that's still a federal law application you're applying for. So just be cautious on that. Youth, if you have kids in your family that think that, hey, they like the Minecraft, they like playing different types of games like that, reach out to us. We have a lot of partners that deal with cybersecurity youth. CyberUp has a youth program in St. Louis, for example, where it's kind of like a summer camp. Texas, they have the Guardian program, which is a card-based game like Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic the Gathering, kind of like a play on the Backdoors and Breaches card game for incident response. I would be remiss if I didn't mention one of my partners, the World of Haiku, which is gamified learning. If you're looking at doing offensive security or OCO, like Justin mentioned, they have a gamified learning that's like $25. It's not really that much, but you develop your Linux hands-on skills and you'll learn how to hack with command line in a gamified setting. Another good thing to help get into schools and stuff like that. as you're retiring, as you're transitioning out, be involved with your PTA. So the PTA is absolutely who runs your STEM program at school, right? And too often, always, we see in STEM classes is programming. So that's one small aspect. We need to start getting cyber hygiene in high schools. And you signing up for PTA can be that advocate. You signing up as PTA as a job seeker to be an advocate, you're also giving back to the community, and you can present that on your resume. Without further ado, I will stop it.